Important disclaimer and viewer notice. This is an international broadcast intended for a mature audience, 18+. It is designed for global horse racing enthusiasts, particularly those in jurisdictions outside of India. This content may be of special interest to attendees at the live event. Important notice for viewers in India. Please be advised that this content is not intended for your jurisdiction and may conflict with local laws. Please read the following carefully before proceeding. 1. Purpose of this channel: an academic exercise in risk analysis. This live stream is a purely educational and informational broadcast. Our focus is on the academic exploration of handicapping methodologies, statistical data analysis, and the principles of risk assessment. Crucially, our analytical framework does not assess the probability of winning. Instead, our entire focus is on identifying and evaluating the potential for financial loss and the inherent risks associated with each variable. This is an intellectual simulation designed to teach a disciplined, risk-first approach to analyzing the science of horse racing. The live format of this stream is essential to this analytical mission. A spreadsheet alone provides only a static, quantitative snapshot. A complete and rigorous risk assessment requires the inclusion of dynamic, real-time variables. These include qualitative observations from the paddock, the physical condition and behavior of the horses, last-minute changes in weather and ground conditions, and the strategic decisions made by jockeys during the race. Therefore, the use of a live race feed is for the strict purpose of data collection and model validation. It allows us to test our pre-race statistical analysis against the reality of the live event, which is a critical part of the educational process. 2. No betting advice or inducement. A firm policy. This channel does not provide betting tips, financial advice, or picks. The content is not intended to induce, encourage, or promote any form of wagering or participation in online money games, which may be prohibited by your local laws. Any analysis is a theoretical exercise and must not be interpreted as a recommendation to place a bet. 3. Strictly independent, supported by viewers. The host of this channel is fully independent. We have no affiliation, partnership, or financial relationship with any bookmaker, wagering platform, or any other entity in the gaming industry. Our analysis and content are not sponsored or influenced by any outside entity. This channel is made possible through the voluntary support of our viewers via YouTube's official features, Super Chat, etc. All contributions support our educational mission, and our content will always remain free and accessible. 4. Community Code of Conduct. Fostering analytical discussion. We encourage an intelligent discussion focused on the science of racing. Encouraged. Sharing your thoughts and analysis on the race or any horse, focusing on data, strategy, or observed risks. Prohibited. Discussing personal bets, encouraging others to bet, requesting tips, or sharing links to wagering sites. Violation of these rules will result in comment deletion and a potential ban. 5. Viewer responsibility, legal compliance. You, the viewer, are solely responsible for your own actions and for understanding and complying with all laws in your jurisdiction. This channel and its host assume absolutely no liability for any financial losses or legal consequences. By continuing to watch this stream, you acknowledge that you have read, understood, and agree to these terms. You confirm that your purpose for watching is to learn from our methods of live data analysis and the critical study of factors that influence race outcomes.
Good morning. Today is 8th of November 2025, and we are going to be doing some analytics today at Flemington. We've been racing here for the last 3 days, and this is hands down the track today. This track comes in the top maybe 3-4 tracks in the world, and we have the Champions Day today. There are 3 very, very premium races here today, and we will be doing those analysis here. Now, the ground reading is good as of now. And the trickiest part of this track is obviously the straight. We have spoken about this a lot of times. This particular stretch, which is on the straight, is kind of the most tricky part of this track. Rest everything here, they fall into the normal category, but here it becomes a little tricky. So we'll see what we can do here today. We've got 9 races to come up here, and we'll see how we can do this. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing analysis, and we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing, and once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good and good to go with, we wait for the results to confirm that and validate that. But if we find that there are better horses at the paddock and there are circumstantial changes, we often give it a shout out. That's more or less what we do. So we'll take a look at the first one today here at Flemington, which is a listed race on the straight, 1,000 meters. Number 8 has been scratched. Six, 7, 5, and 4. That's the odd. Now, today the races are with the whirlpool. So most of the races are with the whirlpool. The entire world is going to be doing the exact same thing that we generally do. So 6 is the favorite. 6 is the second linear. It's on the straight. So that's what they think. But the problem is this, that there are only 3 horses that we are aware of there's something going on, out of which 5 is the linear. Then all these 3 horses, they more or less come under the same roof, which is here, and then it is 9. So we have done a similar race, and if we take a look at that, that is probably this one. No. Yes, 1,000 meter. We have done this. So this was a group 3. Okay. And what happened is the linear won. But in this case, the linear was a linear, and it was a colt. It went through, and then the 4 came in second. 7 from probably was the third, and 11 came in fourth. That's what, as far as I remember. Now, the 9 did not get there. But if we see what happened, it was all colds. Okay. The difference is this was group 3, and the one that we are doing today is a listed race. Now, so if that 6 is favorite, we have certain amount of understanding what that horse is. That's the second linear. The first one is here, which is number 5. This is the second one, which is here. It's on the straight, so the physics and all that will not matter here at this point of time. But both of these horses are fillies, and then there are colts. Okay. So last time, 1000 meter, the fillies did not get a chance. It was all ruled by the colts. And why the fillies did not get a chance is because if we look at the same thing once again, so the fillies were carrying 56 kilograms. Okay. All the fillies were carrying 56 kilograms, and the 11 came in fourth. But the top 3 horses, I think, were all colts. Here, it is the same thing. They're carrying 56 kilograms. So, it's a 2-year-old filly and 2-year-old colts, all that is happening. But if I think it's best to avoid this one. There are loads of horses we have no clue about. I like the 4. I'll tell you why I like the 4, because firstly, 4 is ridden by J Mac. Okay, it's a colt, and these horses are under pressure. If we look at the age, and if we look at what's going on, then things are very dicey. I would like to stay out of this. This 6 is a favorite. It's a whirlpool. It's a whirlpool. So we'll see if that is right. We will wait for the confirmation on this, if the 6 is actually winning. But the problem is the same as that race. They're all carrying 56. The advantage is not there with them. Plus, this horse, the one that they're talking about, it is through the FR. If we look at what are the possibilities on this horse, it is not great. It is not great. It doesn't look like it's a very promising one. But the 6 is the favorite, and we'll see how that works. The 5 is the linear. If somebody has to win this, then It's probably, I mean, if we do not consider any of those Colt and Philly thing and all that stuff, then 5 should win for multiple reasons. It is one of the highest rated. The body weight is there. It's a linear. The jockey has been on this horse, so they kind of are aware of what they're doing. 6, I don't know if that is possible. The pressure definitely is higher here, but it is even higher here. Okay, that is the horse with the leverage, but it is looking very weird. I don't know how that will work. The pressure, it might look higher here, but it doesn't have the bends, so the things are dicey. It doesn't have the bends. It is going to go straight, and if it goes straight, then things can fall anywhere. That 6 is the favorite. It is the second linear. We do those character analysis in our channel every day. So how capable are the second linears? We have a fair bit of idea, and when that works, we have a fair bit of idea. Though the 6 is the favorite, I would like to stay away from this, and we will see how this thing works. But that 4 definitely is a check. That 4 is definitely a check. Then these 2 are here, and 2. So we'll see how it works. The 6 is the favorite so far. We'll see. Araman! Yes. Flemington. Good morning, bro. They're showing Rose Hill. We'll play Rose Hill and see. We will not have paddock today because that particular thing is not working.
Pretty nice for race like this too, and I just thought you get the right run here, Mardo, at odds in a very winnable highway.
Field of 12, and we have 3 last start winners going around the highway this over.
We do, and look, it's a decent enough race to kick off the day. Interested to see what Madrina can do. Luna, a few of those, see if they can take the next step. But like I said, I just thought it was a race to look a little bit wider, look outside the favourites, and hopefully we can get a result to start the day.
If you want to look really wide, star prediction 61 into 40.
Yeah, Araman, that's true, but
let's head to start 5 with Darren Flindell.
You know how the straight works, right? So the straight is very dicey, and this is the first one anyway. It will also give us a little bit of idea of how the ground is. So ideally, I would suggest watch the first one. It's
moving into line now, Zach Lloyd aboard.
I mean, it doesn't make sense to start with something where we don't have any clarity.
Favourite here. Gregory Cross, and he's picked up the right and outfield Jupiter in the next.
It's like playing blind,
Madrina moves in. There's been some support from Madrina. She's got the weight to carry. DeForza and My Last Hooray are the last 2 to go into line. So the first to 10 here at Rose Hill. 5 Diamonds, the highlight, along with the Golden Gift and the Hot Danish. So $1 million race for the 2-year-olds, Group 3, that being race number 6. Locked and loaded now. First of the day, the Tab Highway, smaller field than usual, only 12. They're all set. Gates are back. They're off. The favourites blown the start. Social Circle. Oh dear, it's 3 lengths behind them. Jumping quite well, DeForza together with Climate Control. And right up in the thick of the action to get some funds going to settle third. Lunar send forward, looking for a spot, getting it. On the outside of Dolly, then came Madrina midfield and a wide path there in the Purple Cup is star prediction. Back towards the inside is Highly Tempted. Then came Favour the Bold. Second favourite is Four Fly, followed by My Last Hooray. Social Circles advanced to second last. And the green pineapple's not travelling well. Climate Control leads to the turn from DeForza. Get some fun. Lunarite. They're followed then by Dolly making hard work of it. And further back now to Matrina as they flatten for the run home. Climate Control, DeForza and Lunarite closing in the outside. Get some fun batting away. Two further back to Matrina is starting to wind up now. But Lunarite is sent to the front now by Ben Walker and draws clear by a length or so. Matrina is running on. Social Circle going into third. Lunarite too good. Beats Matrina and Social Circle who blew it at the start. Get some fun in a photo for fourth there with Highly Tempted. Further back to Favour the Bold. Settle backstayed there from Dolly, then DeForza, Climate Control.
See, that was the first one here at Rosary. It went nuts.
Paul Snowden comes to town.
The favourite didn't even
the highway with Lunarite.
start.
$6.10 and $2.20.
The favourite didn't even get a chance. It's the first one. This is why I like to stay away from the first one if and when we do not have a clarity.
Social Circle, well, if it jumps, it goes close to winning. She just missed the start badly and then put her on the back foot. But Lunite too good in the first.
And it's 3-1-5. All those stats are on screen. 5 Diamonds Day underway from Rose Hill. We're about to launch into Eagle Farm. 3 minutes away from race number 1, where it's a 10-race card this afternoon. And at Eagle Farm, ahead of the first, our Brisbane form analyst, Paul Joyce, is waiting for us. Joyce, it looks like a pleasant day there at the moment, but how's the rest of the afternoon going to pan out?
Hello, Marto. Hello, everybody. Well, we remember what happened 7 days ago here, don't we? But it's not as sticky as hot. There is the forecast of perhaps some rain coming much later this afternoon, but obviously we're hoping it doesn't come as early as it did last week, and ideally comes after the 10th race.
To start the program, rail out 3 metres.
Yeah, rail out 3 track good. Look, I'm keen on number 5 here, Pocket Money in the first. Just travels sweetly, this horse in the run. Lovely soft barrier today will suit. Racing consistently, a little bit on the toe in the yard if I had to find any sort of negative. Go stay on top, but for that outside barrier, just not sure what Jason McMurray's going to do there, whether they take the risk and go forward early, or do they go back?
5 is the favourite here at Eagle Farm.
Big home straight. Number 3, Arletta, there's your likely leader at double figure odds, and the 7, Creativity Miss, she did parade well. No luck last start. She's one that could improve. And if you want a roughie, Marto, Typhoon tipped the 6. I've never seen her look as good, and she's been spec'd from $41 into about 26 last time I checked.
Yeah, it's 34.41 into 23 now. Georgina Cartwright's mount. At the top of the tab tree, it is Pocket Money, $3.80 this morning. Late 3.40 back out to 3.60. Kinko Say up 8 is the second big, 4.80 this morning. 4.60 to 5 back to 4.80 late. And Creativity Miss has been best back to roll both. And it's $8.50 into $6. Got a long way back. Hit the line well first up into today off a freshen horse 7.
Yeah, that was it, Marto. Probably wasn't suited getting that far back around Doomben, whereas today at Eagle Farm, you can sort of still come from well back off them and finish over top of them, and I suppose they want to feel a little bit closer today as well, if possible. As you said, she's second up and fitter today, so expect Creativity Miss to settle closer, and I thought she paraded really well here today.
She's best back with bookies as well, last 15 minutes, $7.50 into $6, Creativity Miss. Favourite with the bagman, $3.60, $3.70 Pocket Money. Kiko Say number 8 is $4.60 into 5, is nibbled into $4.80. If you want one at longer odds, well, Joycey, Typhoon Tip, the one that you said had a chance at odds, 26 into 21's firming everywhere.
Yeah, she just looked great. I've seen a lot of her. She's been everywhere. She's had a lot of starts, but she's that sort of mare. She can bob up, and when they get her right, she's competitive at this level, and she looks right to me today. As I said, I've never seen her parade as well. Manner-wise and in the coach, she looks fantastic.
Just quickly, your best bet comes up in race number 4 there today. Chief Witness hit the line hard at the track and trip last time out. Plunges in weight today.
Yeah, Marto, you're all over it, aren't you? You've done your form. I think against the favourite, makes the favourite, I think, 2 kilos better. She'll get a better run today, too, off a different barrier. A lovely soft gate today at Eagle Farm. So I think Chief Witness can turn the tables on the favourite there, Voracious. I think the market may have that one wrong. So the best bet of the day is in race number 4. And we'll head to race 5, number 10, Blue Spinel, if you're after my best roughie of the day. Again, different barrier today, should sit a lot closer to them and comes out of a very strong form race last start. I think Blue Spinel each way is a good play today.
Good late support here for pocket money in the first. Late with the bookies, 360, 370, now into 350. And Creativity Miss, as you know, is the best fact to beat it. Let's head to Eagle Farm. Welcome in, David Fowler.
Loading has commenced for the first race. And a race where many are given a chance. There's different form lines here to try and put together and come up with a solution. 5 pocket money though, 350. She's been favourite right through betting. 7 Creativity Miss, firming late to 550. 8 Kiko saying there was money earlier in the week for her. That's sort of dried up. She's back to 550. Pride of Venus out to 7. Kinross Lane out to 8. Torpedo out to 9. Araletta 12 to 11. So a field of 10, but most of them are given some sort of chance. Torpedo goes up. That leaves Creativity Miss to be the last one to move in. Well, the conditions ideal in Brisbane for racing today. 3-metre rail, a good 4-tracker. This is the first of 10 as Creativity Miss comes up to complete the line. This is a Phillies and Bears Day Metro win, running 1,400 metres at pocket money. Now $3.40, number 5, Tap Fix Face. There's the light. Set for the first. Allocation, Ruffy, just move. They're racing now. In the end, it was a good line out. 2 Araletta, one of the first to go with Kinross Lane, Tygon Princess, Creativity Miss, Kiko Say and Pride of Venus are all rushing forward, so they'll have to sort themselves out. Pocket Money settling just behind that lead division. Typhoon Tim back to second last, and Trapedo is last. They enter the first bend. Tygon Princess, Pride of Venus, and Kiko Say 3 wide. The Gallopers good early. Going to 4th Araletta on the rail, and one away Creativity Miss. She leads centre field, one off the rail. 2 to Alatiama inside of Pocket Money. Went further back today, about 6 to 7 off the lead, and they went by the 800 metres. A couple away, Kinross Lane, Trapedo and Typhoon Tip. She's last of the 10 and 10 off the lead. Heading down the side to approach the 600 metres. Tygon Princess on the outside, Kiko Say. They share the lead. Pride of Venus third. Araletta's all coiled up in 4th, and then Creativity Miss. Alatiama, where's Pocket Money? Being pulled right to the outside. Kinross Lane even wider. Then came Trapedo, and Typhoon Tip is trying to thread the needle. Tygon Princess and Odds is trying to bomb. Araletta came off the fence to challenge. Creativity Miss, and now Pocket Money. It's the Freshers on the scene joining in. On the outside, Pocket Money reached the lead. Creativity Miss happy to go with it. Araletta still there on the inside, and Trapedo's getting a late split. Pocket Money's running right off the track, and Trapedo through the inside. Hard to line them up. Trapedo or Pocket Money from Araletta and Creativity Miss. Then came Alatiama, Kinross Lane, Tygon Princess, followed by Typhoon Tip, Pride of Venus, and Kiko Say has finished a long last.
Wanted to roll about, but it looks like Pocket Money on the outside will win. It definitely will. It'll be 5 from 11 there on race number 1. Well, the final day of the Flemington Carnival is about to start, and what a meeting it is. 3 Group 1s. They've saved the best racing day, perhaps, for the last day. The fields are fantastic. Weather? Not so. Ben Way, James Jordan, our gun trackside team. Good wet there today, gents. A formal hi to you.
Hello to you. Yeah, across the carnival, there's not one time I would have swapped with you, Marto. We've loved it here. We have the perfect spot to watch all of the big racing today. I'm 50-50, so 12 degrees technically. It feels like 6. I don't know why, but it feels like -6 here. The wind's picked up. The owners who are here behind us are very brave because the rain's essentially sleeting.
Shit. Started raining. Started raining.
So track-wise, it's a little hard as the rain continues, but we are officially on a 7. It's hard to foresee this being anything other than a heavy track for most of the
Bad.
metres, the entire circuit. The 9 races highlighted by the VRC Champion Sprint, the Champion Smile and the Champion Stakes, but we've also got the Matriarch, the Queen's Elizabeth Stakes, the English Banner and the Listed Fishes Stakes. And we'll start off with the $400,000 English Banner, a restricted listed event for 2-year-olds. In terms of some of the primary chances, how about we first talk about Bohemian Rhapsody?
So
3 jump out this horse. He's done enough in all of them. He got cover, which I think is going to be a positive here. As I said, that wind is more of a headwind. There's a little bit of south to it, so the horses may be drawn towards the inside, like Bohemian Rhapsody, might be slightly disadvantaged, but he's done enough.
He was a $200,000 yearling, a son of Prague. Then we have Nasty, Emerson, Lucky Lip, J-Mac and Team Hayes.
It's trial. It was flawed and it was wide in that trial. Probably entitled to drop out a little bit, but it stuck on quite well. About before that, it was ridden a bit more quietly. It had some cover and it did sort of finish off. So it's a nice enough horse. I think it's got a chance, like the market would suggest. It's an open race there.
Another one for Ben, Will and JD is the 5.
We can't trust the first race. Dow's, welcome back.
To the Group 2 winner in learning to fight.
We can't trust the first one. The first one is where we got nothing. I just have a hunch on the 4, but the ground is now soft 7, and it is the first one with no numbers. We have no clue that the 4 will actually come out of the gates. The 5 is the linear. Ideally, 5 should have been the favorite. Even then, it is not something that it is not something that I kind of confident with.
It's a little bit closer in its latest one. I think it'll handle the wet. Now, that's a bit of a guess.
It's very difficult to understand what will happen.
And I did jump out against the older horses. That's not something you see very often. They generally like to keep these horses against their own age group.
But ideally, I mean, if the odds, now it is the 5 which is the favorite, which is the linear. So that's how it should be. The 6 cannot be the favorite. That was a bad one. Right now it is looking a little better. But we'll see how it works. Because the Colts have advantage. The Colts have advantage on this distance, on this class.
Yet to pick one up, which surprised me. Here's the best in the business.
But they have never raced.
On Champions Day, day 4 of the 2025 Melbourne Cup Carnival. We start with the English Banner.
Nasty's jockey momentarily out of the saddle. James McDonald's. Angelic Rise goes in now. And Free Fly.
5 all the way. 5. That should have been the favorite to begin with.
The English Banner.
What happened was 6 was the favorite.
Set to go on a drop.
Welcome back, Gatekeeper.
Ready, and away they go. And from barrier number 3, Bohemian Rhapsody was away fairly. Nasty in the centre, away cleanly as well. Showing speed as She's a Boom towards the outside to lead Angelic Rise as the field's going to split. Nasty tucks in behind them with Scorching Beauty and Wings of Glory out wide of Free Flying. And at the back of the field is Iconic Ruler. Over on the flat side, Streisand is the leader from Blandford Baron. Calamari Ring, and they were followed by Bohemian Rhapsody, who's behind those horses. So with 450 metres to go on the inside, it's Streisand.
Your 10 is doing good.
Calamari Ring is stoked up the outside. It's Angelic Rise leading. She's a Boom under pressure, Nasty, and then Scorching Beauty and Free Flying. So as they reach the 200 metres over on the far side, Streisand and Calamari Ring, they go together with Bohemian Rhapsody, and the inside has it. It's going to be a good finish. 100 to go. Streisand just in front, grabbed by Calamari Ring. It's going to be a head bobber to the line. Photo finish, Calamari Ring. Calamari Ring has won it from Stride
9.
and Bohemian Rhapsody. They were followed by She's a Boom. Next to finish in the race, Scorching Beauty, in company with Angelic Rise and Nasty. Blandford Baron got tired towards the outside, and well back was Free Flying in company with all
9.
of Glory, and at the tail.
We'll see what that 9 is.
This Winners' Cup day. Oaks Day as well. JJ, nice start to the day with
9.
Calamari Ring taking out the first two was tides. I tell you what, was probably the first one being asked there.
Yes, the first one.
A pack of 4 towards the inside, a pack of 7 to the outer. Those towards the outer look shot a lot.
It's interesting. I don't know what to make about whether the middle sort of crown that drum is always sunny or whether it was just that also angelic.
962. 962. We don't know what is the other one, but we'll see what has happened.
Very close to it. It took a fit of horse, obviously, race experiences.
9 was another EW. 6 was here. 2. Then I don't know what happened. So what happened? Let's check if we can find no, there's nothing on that. We checked the that is how it played. There's no clarity on this, but the 9 won. It is an EW, can win. Probably what happened is 9 was being ridden by Ethan Brown, I think. So he's good with that. Anyway, that happened, and that is how it was supposed to be. That is how it was supposed to be. We'll go to the next, because the first one 1 and 5 has been scratched, so we will scratch 1. And where is that genius 5? 5 is not here. 5 has been scratched already. 2, 11, 14, and 12. Two, 11, 2, 11, 12. Two is with Zahara, so that's not a problem. So it's a benchmark 84. Unless things go wild, let's check. Hold on, we'll get the whip. Uh, the ground is wet. Okay, ideally, this is right. The 2 is right. The 2 is right. It is the highest leverage, and if we so I tried doing the others as well. We had the we had the DC for the listed races. Now I put in the same mechanism here on most of the races. We'll see if that is correct. So far it is good. So through the DICR, that is the largest. Okay, probably that is the largest. Okay, then we have the others who are there. And from DC, we are largest. So the 11, now let's understand what's going on. The 11, 12, the 5-year-old gilding from gate number 15 with that pressure is something that I don't think will work. It generally doesn't. From gate number 14 onwards, we need at least 80% here and above 100% here. That is not the case with this one. So 11, I don't know whether will happen or not. The 12 is the same thing. It's at 22% plus. It's a very high rated horse, but those things are those things. Which is in a better position is 14. All right, a better position is 14. We have physics on this 14. That is from gate number 10 at a 47, 65, 72 is good. Okay, but 14 is not in a position to win. It is not in a position to win. Win is probably the odds are right on 2. And if we look at the second linear, which is here, 15, all right, 15 is from gate number 5, but it drops here. It has the physics and mathematics and all that, which is there, but it drops here at a 56. We have so many horses that are doing fantastic, but 15 also has a jock. So management wise, they're good. All right. Management wise, they're good. The 15 is here, but they've dropped drastically, and it is difficult to work with that kind of a horse if that works. This one is good, but if that is a pressure, this is a pressure, then in between we have this one. This is from gate number 16. I'll let it be. That's, I don't, a 6-year-old gelding, that I don't know whether that will work from gate number 16. But 8 is from gate number 8 with a very strong advantage. That's the EW anyway. If after that 14 is there, that's good. All right. The other problem is this 6-year-old gelding from gate number 3, which is not as good as 8, but it has the class. It has the class, right? 18 lacks maybe a little bit on the class, but this one definitely has the class. But it is also not great, in its own. It is not great. So 11-12 is dicey. 11-12 is dicey. A clean shot is if it happens and the ground doesn't interfere with this race. If the ground doesn't interfere with this race, it will go nice and the linear will win. If the ground doesn't interfere. But if the ground interferes, then it's a soft track, then it will go upside down. Then it will go upside down. So in my opinion, so what is going to happen here is this is the first race which is going to be on the entire circuit. Okay, it's a 1600 meter. They will cover more or less the entire circuit. So the 2 is the favorite. It is clean to go there. It doesn't look like it has a problem. Zahara is riding this. The leverage is at the highest. There is no problem that I can figure out here. All right. The pressure is adequate. 143 from gate number, like it's a 99, 143. This one required more than 80 and more than 100 or, a substantial number here, which it doesn't have. This one also falls. So 11-12, whether that is going to work is very difficult to assume. About the 14 has a very strong challenge, okay? Because the 14 will lose 5. It will become 68, and then we'll have 60. Then we'll have 1, which is 69. The 8 will lose 1.5, which will make it 62.5, and then we'll gain 4, which is going to be about 66. So anyway, this thing has advantage. Well, anyway, this is the EW which is there, and whether it will play this or it'll go upside down. We will be able to figure out after the race. Here we don't need. Here the jockey is perfect. Right? Here the jockey is perfect. We don't need a very strong jock on this. We just need the jock to deliver this. It is an advantage. So green is good. This is handicapped, and this is Zahara. Zahara usually gets handicapped on that zone only. So that more or less is the scene. So ideally, 2 should win. Rest everything is hazy. The 8 may not. It may, that I don't know what that 6 will do, because that 6 is equally good and has a class. All right. 84 benchmark 84. We will see this. We'll see how it works. But the 2 probably is the only thing that is looking good. Should not be a problem unless the ground interferes. And can the ground interfere? Yes, because this thing has never run on a wet ground. This thing has nothing on wet ground. Can it interfere? Maybe. Risky. But that is that, and that is that. This is in a bad state. 56, 64. They might be very high rated. Either it will go that. See how that works. So if it goes wet ground and all that, then 11 is very strong if it goes on that. But it's a 1600 meter. It might have the wet ground, but it definitely lacks the physics. And things can go wild. If that happens. But I think 2 is okay. We'll see how it works. It's okay it's the second one, though it is the first one on the circuit. And the 2 is the linear. There's a lot of leverage on this horse. We'll see how it works. The 2 looks good.
Move straight into the gates, and they're locked and loaded. Stand by. Race 2 here on Ladies' Day at Rose Hill. Bit of movement in the gates here. Now they're just about right, and the gates clang back. They're off. Favourite Oakfield Jupiter was one of the first out with Supernui showing great speed, and Supernui's looking for the lead. Oakfield Jupiter being taken back now. Santos goes up the fence, Amaretta Bow the outside, and Moto Scarfo is very well positioned fourth. Artful Persuasion whipping up on the outside of runners, and now Oakfield Jupiter has to go forward as well. They're followed by Puerto Barnes on the inside of Rolling Magic. Norton Road's a bit deep. Two further back to Clear Proof on the outside of Mahogany Girl. Then Kirk up, and last of all is Alabama State. Supernui a narrow leader from Amaretta Bow, and Artful Persuasion stranded three wide. Then Saturn's fourth the rail from Moto Scarfo, and the favourite Oakfield Jupiter three wide with cover as they approach the home turn. Further back to Rolling Magic in the middle of the pack. Supernui, Amaretta, they spin together from Artful Persuasion. Now pulling to the outside, Oakfield Jupiter. Saturn's is all strung up. Moto Scarfo's trickily positioned. Rolling Magic and Norton Road next. Supernui under siege. Coming at it now is Oakfield Jupiter on the outside. Moto Scarfo will need chopper rescue as Oakfield Jupiter moved up. Saturn has finally got the run. Rolling Magic steaming home. Oakfield Jupiter, they will just win. Oakfield Jupiter from either Saturn's or Rolling Magic. Clear Proof, Alabama State charging home. Then came Norton Road. Further back to Amaretta Bow. Moto Scarfo, no luck at all down the running. From Artful Persuasion, Mahogany Girl, Puerto Barnes, and Kirkup was one of the last in.
Oakfield Jupiter home at the centre for Zach Lloyd to pay $4.60 and $1.90. Issue for second and third, rest between one Rolling Magic and the four Saturnus. 19 or wind up fourth Alabama State. It's now 1, 4 and 5. Oakfield Jupiter, Davo, with determined effort.
She's really nice horse, Marto. Not many horses win 4 from 5 anywhere, and she's able to win her past 2 in midway grade here in the city. Damien Lane doing a great job with her, and that was a piece from Zach Lloyd. She jumped so well, he decided to take a city, was able to get in that 3 wide line with cover, feel her out at the right time, but she had enough to hold off Rolling Magic and 6, 1, 4 and 19, the numbers here on race 2 in Rose Hill.
And 2 races down and 8 races to come on 5 Diamonds Day. The feature race number 8 at $4.50 is worth $2 million. So it's 1-4 there. Now, our next live commitment comes from Eagle Farm, and we're up to race number 2 there. Now is the hour as the favourite, $2.90 into $2.50. Silk Sonic is $4 out to $4.60 on the second line. And Dranos number 1, $5.50 out to $6.50. Breeze went up at 7, late $7.50 back into 7. Blitzum $10 into $9.50. It's been spec'd amongst some of the others. Silk Sonic is the on-topper from Paul Joyce, is horse number 15. And Silk Sonic is $4 just out to $4.60. Well, of course, every Saturday nowadays it is tap time. Another big special is coming your way very shortly. You and your mates, like I say every week, you're going to love it, because what's not to love about an overinflated price for a key runner? But you've got to be in venue to take advantage of it. Great opportunity to grab your mates, head to the pub, the club, the local tap, settle in for an afternoon on the punt, a snipsel, some quality tap time. There's nothing better. Stand by for the latest tap time special on Tap Champion Stakes and 5 Diamonds Day. Holy moly, oh, it's dropping right now.
win some, you lose more. For free and confidential support, call the number on the screen or visit the website.
Told you, you're going to love it. She's a hustler in great form. A very promising miss for Graham. seconds on a 9-start resume. It's gone back-to-back to start the current campaign off the last start Group 3 Tessio Stakes win, chasing 3 straight. Don't shop at $2.25. Scan that QR code on the screen for a maximum bet of $20. You can shop at $6. So another cracker. $2.25 currently with a tab fix, $6 for the tab time special. She's a hustler. You'll have to be quick to take advantage of that out of the tab matriarch stakes. Second event from Eagle Farm, Learn Silk Sonic Joycey, former Victorian mare, chasing back-to-back Queensland wins.
Thank you, Marto. Yes, that's my tip here in race number 2. Had a little bit of work first up over the 1,000 at the Sunny Coast to win that race, but she's a smart type. She trialled well. I think today from the good draw, she'll jump from gate 3. Kyle Wilson-Taylor could definitely just take a trail here on her, and there's enough speed in the race to do that. I think with the sit, she can definitely handle the 1,200 and the step to City Great.
Let's have a look at what's happening very late in the trade with the bookmakers. We're only 50 seconds away. Now as the hour is 250, 260 back to 250. Silk Sonic 420 to 440. Breezen is 7 into 6 back to $6.50. At longer odds is support for Autumn Girl, and it's 17 into $13. Horse 11 Blinkers first time, resuming off a couple of Doomben trials. Joycey?
Yeah, Marto, I'm a bit concerned that she might find the 1,200 a touch short, because from that gate I think they're going to have to be negative and go a long way back. She's very light. She's fit, though, so I think they've got her as ready as they can. I just don't know if the race shape will be against her today. I'd rather back a few that are handy to the speed and going to be in the right spot to strike Tony for home.
Quick read on Boom Roof for Talia Finland and the Months Camp. It's horse number 5, who won second up last campaign at Ipswich, and he's second up today.
Yeah, the Gold Coast first up run had some merit to it, Marto. Did win second up last week, as you mentioned, coming a long way for a long way back. And once again, just with the race shape here, I want to be on those horses close to the speed, whereas I think Boomerang might give them too much head start. I think the quality are all going to go forward in this race anyway, Marto, so that's where I'm concentrating here.
As we take it to David for the second.
Move in. So we're just about ready to go for the second race today, 1,200 metres. They ran supersonic time in the first 1:21.28 for the 1,400 metres, was only a smidgen outside of Tyzone's track record. Light on, set for race 2. The field of 10 to contest with the last one. They're off and racing. Now as the hour began fast out wide. Blitzum's got good speed. And there's Breezen shooting inside the pair. Cheeky's time 4th away as they head into the first bend. Adranos midfield. Then who's pretty tough on the outside. He's coming up to this leader now as the hour. Breezen to the inside length behind that pair. Adranos moved up to 4th. And Boo Boo making a fair run down the outside. But there's Gas in the tank with now as the hour. Blitzum's run line and peak. Breezen boxing away. Adranos, short of 100 to go. Now was the hour. Now is the hour. Now was the hour going strongly. Great fronting run from performance. Vino Breezen, Blitzum 3rd, Adranos 4th. Then turn the corner, Boo-Roo, Silk Sonic, followed by Boom Boom Ray, Cheeky's Time, and Autumn Girl finished at the tail.
Now is the hour. Pays $2.40 and $1.40. Beats Breezen at $1.90. Blitzum runs 3rd at $3.20 and 1 Adranos. In for 4th to race number 2 or 10 this afternoon from Eagle Farm. On Tap Champion Stakes Day, we're upon the second race from a wet Flemington. Benchmark 84 racing here over the 1,600 metres. Let's head straight to Ben and to James trackside.
Thank you very much. Our favourite in this one, Sabaj, was scratched out of, I think it was a 90 where they drew 4, was it Cup Day? And they've opted for this. Did you get the feeling it was 1,400 versus 1,600? They wanted the extra trip?
I'd say so, but maybe they're regretting that now with the rain around. I sort of thought it may be a 5 or a 6 at this point, but I feel like it's a 7 and closer to an 8. So it's a bit of a risk.
How do you quantify, we'll have a look at Sabaj now, how do you quantify a run like last start at Randwick when you held up for the vast majority, you close okay? Do you essentially bonus him up a certain margin?
Yeah, that's exactly what I do. So that's just finger in the air stuff. So I gave him about 1.8 lengths on that. So it's sort of, you look at it and try and look at the horse and say, he would have finished in front of that horse or whatever. So that's what I did, about 1.8, 1.9 lengths.
Okay, and for this, so the ground's a query for you?
It is. The ground's a query. The market's sort of going against him on a basis. Look at the breeding. But he's an after horse called Tipsy Vixen, and she loves the wet. But it's a very different style of horse. I've actually seen her a fair bit in the flesh. She's a very different style of horse. So we won't know until afterwards, unfortunately.
The 9 is Reset the James for the Hayes boys. First up,
This is my career. It's off 63 days. That's 2 jump outs in between one of both, so maybe that alleviates your concerns. Wet is not a problem for it.
fitness no drama for Nations Call. Robbie Griffiths, Ethan Brown, and the ground shouldn't be either.
Hasn't missed a place on wet tracks. There's been quite a few goes. It's well suited here. It's going to be a great chance to win for sure, as you said.
Now, it's a strange thing to talk about, I guess, against the conditions, and that was the case for the 12 England.
Yeah, definitely. He was up and about, wasn't he? He's seen that one year. His worst track he's ever faced was a debut run on a soft 6, and he won 9 lengths. Hasn't faced it since, but I would say the wet's not a problem for him.
13, Neil Rip, Curry, drawn 14 for Leon, Troy Corstons, and Will Larkin there at Flemington. Jumps 14 up to 16, but was at the mile 2 starts back in Mooney Valley.
I thought this is on Tuesday. It's on a fast back, a 4-day turnaround. He picked badly at 1400. So the mile for me is a risk for you. Then you say, well, it's race 4 days ago. It's going to have some added fitness compared to some of these, which may be seen as a positive. I've got a few in front of it.
And you go back a couple, Nations Call held him quite comfortably too. The 14 is 7th, Greg Williams for Hannibal and Rob Archibald.
They would be loving the deck to downgrade to the rain. It's definitely once it wet. Clearly, a wet track. It's one, it's 4 races all on rain for the ground. So positive in terms of the rain around for it.
Okay, and I threw the 15 in to take a close look at, and I feel like it would have been unfair to throw that at you, so I'll quickly give my thoughts on that. So, Mary Eliza didn't make up too much ground last start at Caulfield, but if you watch back, nothing did. The rail was out a long way, and the second up run last trip, she was able to settle right up on speed just outside the leader. It was brilliant out to the mile. The other second up run prior to that was in the debut prep, where she was an impressive winner of 1500 at Mornington. So don't be surprised if Jamie Mellum is positive out. She's up in grade from a 70 to an 84, which I agree is a drama, but drops 4.5 kilos as a result, and I thought it was a blowout hope.
That rated through the work from how short 7 was. So it's come down to a good form line, I'll give you that.
Okay, your selections for the second.
Look, I went with Savage, to be honest, as we've seen more and more rain come. I was a bit tempered my enthusiasm a little bit. I put the 11 in for second. Now, these are 2 horses, the 11 Nations Call. The 9 I've got in there, Reset the Jazz, and the 14 7. So 2 wet trackers, if you were going to pick the 2, are the 11 Nations Call and the 14 7. So respect both of them.
Okay, looks Mick Price just wanted in for a quick chat. He has a main chance in this one, Mick. Are you optimistic of victory?
It's the honest truth. For his trials and his track work on choppy ground, he's been okay, but then there's race day, and as Lara said, we should be getting to the middle of the track, and if he's handling it, he'll look very good, getting the full stride, and if he's not handling it, we think, you know what I mean, I'm surprised. He's never ever seen it. Always been on good ground, and he's a big, long, striding horse. I don't think it's a good food, so I'm afraid to say.
Okay, you've tried one in the deep end later on. Zambala.
It's just basically on the trainer.
Good luck. Thanks very much for coming for a chat. Let's get to Matt Hill.
Wholesome. And they're racing. England jumped away well. Amberite middle of the field away. Mary Eliza began fast also with Vega Magnifico. Out deep Nations Call. England's in the top 4. Then Reset the Jazz. Amberite out of Compton. Wymark defence beyond centre field. Hill Rip from that outside gate. They were followed by Sevens. Morning Darling as well back in the field with also Jenny's Meadow. My Brother's Keeper is at the back of the field settling down, and back with those horses is Sabage. So as they run through the misty conditions with just over 1,000 metres to go, Nations Call took it up by a length and a half, and the speed's pretty good from Vega Magnifico. And on the outside, England. Next in the field is Reset the Jazz covering ground. Mary Eliza next on the inside, and they were followed by Heel Rip, a length and a half. Amber right out of Compton. Wymark towards the back of the field, approaching the home corner is Morning Darling. Sevens is stoked up. The Barge has its back. Then came Jenny's Meadow, and My Brother's Keeper on the inside is at the tail. Around the home corner, 550 out. The leader is Nations Call for Ethan Brown, a length England. They were followed by Mary Eliza. Reset the Jazz, the outside from Heel Rip. Now Sabage is the widest, has 6 to pick up. Mary Eliza's darting back towards the inside to pick up some ground. In the home running at the 300 metres, moving up on the outside. Reset the Jazz with heel rip, and now the Barge is moving up boldly on the outside of the clock tower. Heel rip joined by Savage, and then reset the Jazz. Savage draws a neck in front of heel rip. Savage crawling away. Savage, this is going to be a little bit too good.
2:13.
Three quarters heel rip. Third was Barry Eliza. They were followed by Simmons and reset the Jazz. Amberite Nations call in England out of Compton. Jenny's Meadow, a gap by Mark. Followed by Morning Darling towards the back by Brothers Keeper and Vega Magnifico.
Right, the runners have struck there, occupied about 52% of the whole, closed around $2.80 and the $1.80 marks are picks up his seventh win across the 4 days. It has been a bit of a drought since race 3 on day 2, but I think he might swing and he's got some really good chances later on as well. The 13 has run Rodler, he'll rip, and the 15 seeking to get that very long. 2 from 2 good start today, mate.
I was a bit worried about the wet track. I reckon the market was largely 220 this morning. It's gone around that $3 point across the place. So the market didn't really want to be with it. That was due to purely, I think, the wet conditions. We took a big price quickly to fly jump, and he was worried about the wet. Clearly, he's just the best horse in the race by a fairly long way. Not well enough. Whether it's his absolute favourite going, I doubt. He's a smart horse, and he's too good for a benchmark 84 or even better weight. So if you suck fat, you weren't worried about the drift, then you've had a good result. But the placings were interesting. A lot of the horses that were sort of untried. But your horse, you like Mary Eliza, that's one that you've never seen the wet. Now it's run well, so good signs, I suppose. The horses that haven't proven wet trackers are still running well.
I kind of like the fact that they were able to make a bit of ground there with that horse towards the inside too. We've seen horses spread across the track. I hope that's a trend all day and they all get their chance. But Savage, $2.80 and $1.80, a bit too good for them there, and by a bit I mean a lot. He'll rip run second, Mary Eliza in for 2, and the 14 will ultimately run into 4th, that being 7, so it's quite popular with punters as well. So good chance with themselves, especially James, as we...
So the 2 was the right odd. 11, 12 were definitely not there in the game. But what happened that 13 got through. And how did that happen is because that happened. And then the 15, which was the second linear here, it had a very good jock. It had the physics, which is here. But out here, this from gate number 16, that was okay. You're supposed to ride that horse. So it basically is the body weight that worked. It's a heavier horse than this one. So that did not happen. And this is anyway the second linear, which had the physics to get in. But the question was here that was not enough. The 40. So now if we take a look at $13, it did not affect it. The wet ground did not affect the wet ground did not affect. So that's okay. 70, 69, 70 is there. Anyway, that happened. But luckily the 2 went home. That is all that we needed, the 2 going home. We'll go to the next, which is this one. 1200 meter listed race. 3, 7, 8, 9, 11, 14, 16. 7, 8, 9 is not there. 11, 14, 16. 11, 14. That's scratched. Okay. 7, 8, 9. 7, 8, 9, 11, 14, 16. No, it's not there. Fifteen, 2, 3, and 6. See, the odds are right. Okay, the odds are right. This is the one with the leverage. We went through the leverage on this one, so the leverage actually worked. Okay. Now, if you look through this, then this is right. Okay, this one should be the highest pressure. The pressure will win. The linear does not have pressure, so and 85 from gate number 13 is good. So there's nothing like that. This thing cannot get in. But this is also right. Okay, this is also right. But the problem is this, that it is the highest in relaxation. So that those numbers, they're right. Okay, here also it is okay. This one is higher, but it is a 9-year-old gilding. So those numbers are all right. But at the same time, these numbers are also there. So whether the two is in a condition to deliver this is a very valuable question. Whether the two is in a position to do this is something that I don't know. This generally doesn't work when you have a horse which is like that. The numbers are right. The numbers are right. That is how it is supposed to be. But at the same time, this thing is in a position which is something I don't know how to explain this, but they're not doing good. So that automatically puts the 4 into check, because that is anyway the EW. This is the 8397. Both of them are 5-year-old gilding. But 4, let me just say that 4 is also not a check, because this jock has issues. All right, this jock has issues. That is also not a great number to go with. It is a green line, but that's a little too much of a green line. That is not great. So what are the other possibilities that will happen is this one is at 4, which is 101. Gate number 10. There's no pressure, so who's riding 12? Stackhouse is a good one. He's a good jock. Stackhouse is good, but he's handicapped like that. But that's not an issue because the pressure is low. Okay. So those are possibilities, but the thing is this, that if we look at 15 has leverage. All right. Now, what happened here? Let's understand that first. So the leverage and the pressure went through from gate number 13. That happened. Rest everything went for a toss. 13 came in between from gate number 16, which was a 6-year-old gilding, but had the numbers better than this one. But it was definitely difficult. But it went through. 8 got raved when I saw the race. The 8 got raved badly. It was among the top 2-3 horses till the last bend. So that probably made a lot of difference here, and the body weight was definitely a help. So that is that. And then came the 15 from gate number 5, which was the second linear. There's no question about it because this is the second linear. It cannot win from that position, but it came in third, which is also logical. That is how this first and the second linear, in between you had the advantage, which was from gate number 16, which was very difficult to assume that it will do, but it did. Now this is the second linear and this is the first linear, which is here. And then we have the other one, which is up here, which is practically the same numbers, but the difference is in pressure. The difference is in pressure. So, and it has the rails also. Okay. Though it doesn't matter, it's a straight run. We are not going to complicate this and, get into all that. But 15 has the leverage, 15 has the pressure. For 1200 meter, I think the odds are right. though I have very limited data for this particular stretch, which is the straight, to be very sure of how it might play, because this straight plays very differently and things can go wrong. Things can go wrong in multiple levels. So the 15 is the favorite. We have reasons to believe that the 15 may win because of the leverage and the pressure on that horse. So that's okay. That is okay. Rest, everything like this 2 they're talking about is a good one. So is 1. But it is a 9-year-old gelding. And this one is also on the same line. It is suffering. It is not that it is doing brilliant. There are other horses which are here which can do a lot of destruction. The 4, it doesn't have a great jock. That's a different issue. 12 can do a lot of destruction here. 3 is on a pressure line, which is a 4-figure. 18, I don't know, that generally is a mismatch. For a 4-figure, it had to drop. It did not drop. It is at 18. It had to drop like this one. For a 4-figure drift, it has to drop here, which is a good sign. But this is a little difficult to believe. And then obviously this one is through the rails. This one is also there. If those things work, those things work. It'll drop where, I don't know. And but apart from the 15 I think is good because of the leverage. It's at 47%, and it ran 23 weeks ago at Caulfield, so it had sufficient time to get trained on this, and it had sufficient time to get trained on this. 50% is a lot of leverage. 23 weeks is good. That is a plus, that it is going to win. Because the leverage and the training on this, we are assuming that it has been trained, but that probably should work. So that's that. This one should win. Rest, everything is hazy. The 2, through the numbers, it is right. Okay, through the numbers, it is right. This is the highest. It's a 9-year-old gelding. Bad idea. This is an EW. Plus, it's very high here. But it is also suffering. So, whether it'll work, I don't know. Whether it'll work, I don't know. It's a listed race, but it is on the straight. And I don't know if I want to I want to I don't think I want to push this because of that. The 15, okay, because of the leverage, it might work. If it fails, it fails. It's also the highest on whip, so that probably is good on a wet ground. It is also the highest, but that also opens up the others. The 13, the 5, they are all here. Okay, they are all here. Whether it'll drop to 6 as the linear, I don't know. That is also not doing great. It should. I mean, technically it should, but to deliver this, you also have to be in a shape. You also have to be in a shape. It doesn't look like it is in its best shape. The three is not bad, but generally it doesn't. Generally for a horse like that, the pressure had to reduce on this horse. It's a 4-figure, so it had to be in the range of anywhere between 1 to 7. Even if it was like something on those lines, we would have been a little more confident on this, but I don't know this will work. 15 looks like good because there are plenty of stuff that is happening, and it is on leverage. It is the highest on whip. That is that. The rest, everything is hazy. This 2 is good. I mean, the odds are right on 2. That should, I would have also gone with this if we had a better number on this, but I will not do that. I will not do that. I will not do that. And then this thing is at 97. 12 is at the 4. 12 is not even there within the odds. Nobody is talking about all these horses, so let's stick to the basics. Let's just stay focused. 15. Man, I got a trifecta and pull now on 20 and dollar. 5, 2, 3, 6, 2, 13 and 15. 13 and 15. That's brilliant. Two 13 and 15. The AI gave 2, 13 and 15 exact order. Brilliant.
1,200 metres, which is the same distance we tackle here. So this track is lightning. The first 3 round the turn around, 1, 2, 3 in the previous. I'm hoping Tom's aggressive out of the gate here on Sheehouse.
First Mission is the favourite just ahead of it with a tab 210 to 260. Sheehouse closes in 310 into $2.80. The best factor on both with tab is horse 14 for Andrew.
What is AI saying for this one? Adaman.
Placed here at the 1,400 last time out. And 2 today off for Freshen.
Yeah, well, safe when you're betting around those 2 favourites, but he's that sort of horse because then changes the board off a soft draw, and she's one of the quickest jockeys to work out how this track will play today, and she'll probably ride him a lot more positively than what we've seen in the past.
Yeah, it says 13.
As you mentioned, so whether he has that natural speed, I'm not sure, but she'll definitely not die on.
Making the bookies for 235 to 250. She out. Joy's on top of
Strong chance.
290.
Those are there.
50 into 750 back to 8.
Those are very much there.
Set a stable switch. Ex-Hawks Galloper, $26 into $15, and it's attracting some interest down the long horizons as we take it to David.
13 is from gate number there, connecting gates.
Live on for the third. Racing.
But that also brings in 5.
Barely, but Tanner off the inside was the first to go. She has ridden positively early. First picture was handy, and negotiations going forward. But She has made fairly light work of the gate, but now allows negotiations to stride to the front. So sorting it all out, negotiations goes to the lead. Move clear made 2. She has the second. Third, the inside Botanica. And first mission in 4th. Fighting an idle. It's ridden forward to the middle park, going up 3 and 14. Thundering Soul wide as well. Then Better Be Naughty keeps safe. And Taglia whips them in. 6 off the lead. At the halfway mark, 600 left to run. Negotiations currently in control. She sits up in second. Breathing down the leaders next. 3 wide Fighting Idol. He'll drop off after a hard run. Then Better Be Naughty. Followed by Botanica up on the inside. First mission was next. And Thundering Soul with a good run right down the outside. Negotiations went from Botanica. First mission under pressure. Ditto for She House. And Thundering Soul running on. It's still negotiations in front. Leading the way with 100 metres left to go. First mission trying hard. Negotiations still with the margin. Negotiations in front. First mission. She House, Botanica, and Keep Safe. Then Fighting Idol, Thundering Soul. $8 run Better Be Naughty. And Taglia was last home.
Behind negotiations and Ryan Maloney paying double figures across all of the votes and winning race number 3 from Eagle Farm. On Sky Racing 1, the third on tap Champion Stakes Day is a listed race down the old straight 6 at 1200 metres, 6 scratchings down to a field of 10. Here's Ben and James.
Thanks very much, Marto. Yeah, we're now on a heavy haze, and the rain just has not stopped. We were talking about it just prior to coming back on air.
This is bad. It's a heavy age right now. What are we expecting out of this track? I don't know. Bad day. Just a bad day. It's a heavy age.
It's not boring by any stretch. It's just good, constant rain. It's just soaked in. And unfortunately, we're on the 8 range. We've had a few scratchings as it's sort of going down. We seem to get 1 or 2 more. Remarkably not the favourite or second favourite in the sprint yet, Centaurus. He's the lead, which is one we were worried about.
We did lose front page out of this, which I guess isn't that surprising. It is disappointing for Matt Dale and the team coming all that way with front page. He's been such a great horse, hasn't he? But the vast majority of his performances on good and soft at worst. So Big Swinger is our favourite.
PC, welcome back, PC. 5. Yeah, the 5 is on top notch. As the rails, it'll go.
So although it gets its preferred wet track, it's now 3 weeks between runs, 1,000 and 1,200. It was scratched on Thursday. In the hope that it would strike a wet track here. So
it's wet, it's heavy height. This is disturbing. This is very disturbing.
Sounds like the weather is certainly dampened his enthusiasm, and there's.
Yeah, I think a 6 would have been fine for it. It does get right on the straight. It's a very good horse, actually. But a couple of little things. Probably just that extra rain hasn't helped, and also I would have preferred it to have drawn a little bit wider than 3.
She's next at 9 cracks on rain affected ground and only run the 1 minor placing, which alarms me.
Well, on the back up last preparation, 7-day turnaround. That would be the only chance that you would appreciate the win on Big Try would have suited him.
I'll be lamenting the chances of people, so I feel like needs some luck. I'll be happy with this thing out. Jamie Mellon barrier 10.
It's had a couple of trials. It does take some riding to hit its top. It's not a horse it's not a push button horse, so maybe
that's why it's got a good record through the wind, and they don't really dash as sharply, but it's got a good each way chance with this rain around.
Get to the 13 Bergerac, and Bates pairs up with Beg, a last start winner over the Flemington 12.
It's consistent down the straight. It's had plenty of goes down here and runs well nearly always. I think getting down to 54 kilos is only a positive. And the gate 6 probably where you want it to have drawn. I think it's got a sneaky chance. The horses that are at the longer sort of prices, it's probably one of the better ones.
28% of the hole going the way of Big Swinger, which is our best backed runner in the race. Most of it in money order, Nadal's second best backed. Bergerac's really the only one that's sort of disproportionate to its price. But what are your thoughts on our favourite Big Swinger, Williams and Littlefield?
It's a nice horse. It's had a couple of jump outs and a trial for this. Just had 3 goes on rain affected ground. It's been impressive in all of them. So the margins, Pakenham most recently, it was a 3-length winner. It went to Ballarat. It was officially a 4, but I've got it rated a lot worse than that. It won by 4 1/4 lengths. And on day 4 it was on what I think was a soft 6. It won by 1.8. So it's never had a narrow victory on the wet. It's always been emphatic, which makes me think it does really appreciate these wet tracks.
Okay, so a few of those Savage backers from the race prior. I think throwing that cash into Big Swinger here, $3.30 into $2.80, Nadal $5.50 into $4.
$13.50 and $3 for Lewis. Welcome back, Lewis.
Likes the moves and likes to know what the big players are doing. I can see Nadal has been easy. He's scratching his front page, just it out now. Just been some good support for the Bergerac, and Big Swing is certainly holding a spot. Needs some luck, I'd say, he's holding a spot. King of Rousseau's been easy. It's going to jump out towards the late 50, I'd say, in the next minute and a half, $8.50 to $9. So money's sort of been away from the 2 and the 3. The push you get is for the 16, some luck, for the 12 to Bergerac, and the 15 Big Swinger. I went with the 15 Big Swinger. Just of these horses that I think have got upside and are progressive, I think Big Swinger's the nicest of them.
Okay, hopefully we'll get a chance to Charlotte into Ticks. But this race, for those who are sitting there thinking the Fisher Stakes, I don't remember much about this race in the past. So I look through the other roll, and the likes of Flippin, Tactical Advantage, Exhilarates and Co. have won the race. I am hesitant to talk about last year's winner. I don't know whether you had a look, but I feel as though it's still a bit too soon for many punters to give his name.
It was
Ray Magnario.
Oh, thank God. He's bringing it up.
The Century Stakes certainly didn't get a lot of traction on Sky Racing and social media the other day.
I'll tell you, it's the best thing about these carnival times is it does, one of the best things, it puts pressure on jockeys because there are so many good ones around and they're forced to sort of get the right higher stakes, but maybe not the greatest exhibit there.
Charlotte's come out of the rain and into the slight warmth of the studio. It's good to see you with a great chance in this as well. What are your expectations?
Look, we've come here with a good product. Like, he's ticked all the boxes. I'm really happy with him physically. He's had the 3 conditioning trials jump outs leading into today. So he's definitely fitness-wise ready. That last trial here at not here, but at Caulfield was outstanding. And I think that shows that he's ready to come here first up 1200 down the straight against this company. Bittersweet's come out with front page, but Craig knows him well, and I think he'll be strong.
There was a bit of a difference. His second jump out, it was sort of more asked to go. He didn't travel as kindly, and then the trial, he actually grabbed the bit and sucked up really nicely. Did you feel that?
Yeah, I think we were a bit head-scratchy after that second one, thinking, is he where we want him to be? And then the third one just brought the right horse back again. So, look, I think he's a more finished product. I think he's only going to get better with age, but I think he comes here in great order. He'll be a lot of soft ground too.
Just a right, Charlie. Thanks for coming on as we get back to your head of the Fisher Stakes. Straight 6. There it is. Bergerac was slow away from the machine. Also stay focused up the middle. It's not helter-skelter, but stay focused is going to take it up from Clar Bell and also the Big Swinger behind him. King of Rousseau in the light blue jacket.
Bishwa, welcome back.
Next Super Razi, and after missing the kick, the Bergerac is at the tail of the field. The first 400 metres, not that fast into this strong headwind and the
rain. The leader now is Clarbell. Took it up from Stay Focused, a length and 3/4 away. Nadal is next. And then came over on the far side, Big Swinger. Next in the races, Needs Some Luck, King of Rousseau, Disnex, Super Razi, De Bergerac last as they're about to dial it up at the 400 metres. Held together, Clarbell, 3/4 Stay Focused, and they were followed by Big Swinger. Then came Nadal presenting up the outside. Needs Some Luck is also running on, and King of Rousseau, there's some chances here. 200 metres to go. Big Swinger joined by Needs Some Luck and De Bergerac from the outside. Needs Some Luck, though, soon to the front. 100 metres to go.
Tuna, welcome back.
Needs Some Luck.
6, 13, 15.
Together for 4. Next to finish, Super Razi, Stay Focused.
6, 13, 15. Which one? 6.
$7.75 and $2.50 with well all in. Actually, Peter Sony, he did say one of his chances and lost a chance given the rain. And it still went okay, but Needs Some Luck was one that was always going to thrive with the sting out. De Bergerac, Big Swinger, in for the minors. Big Swinger never really loomed as a winning chance.
I was just watching it sort of with this wind, which is sort of hitting them as they come down the straight, sort of almost head on to the left a touch. Those horses that are kind of coming around the line, they're getting the perfect cover from it. And I saw Big Swingers and they back to the inside. I thought,
Brilliant. That was brilliant, Vishwa.
That wider run, they were able to chime in and they peeled away and won quite well. The winner won quite well. Second horse, the Bergerac, runs another super honest race down the straight. Nadal was playing again. He loomed. He was there at the 300. He's been very plain late. Clarbell set the speed and just couldn't quite finish off. And King of Rousseau, I think you can say now these genuine heavy tracks are not his go.
So what happened that 6 went through? The 6 was the linear, okay? So what happened is this thing went through. The 15 didn't. 6, 13, then 15, and then I don't know what. That's the last 400. That's the last 400. But that is good. 6, 13, 15. That was good. We'll go to this one. Anyway, this particular track, the 1200 meter, is something that I like to, be very. I get very worried when this happens. 5162. So this is a group 2, all right? Now, 5 is after 2 weeks at a 40%. So, in general, what happens is a 2000 meter is with the linears. There's no doubt about that. And this is the linear, it should win. That's one side of the story. The second side of the story is this, that it is at 151 by 194 with a jock who's handicapped very weirdly, all right? If we look at the top jocks, then he is coming here, right? So probably touching the green line. So that's one side of the story. The pressure and the jog doesn't match. That's the first thing. The second thing is this, that if it actually plays group 1, then 1 should win. Okay. Then 1 should win. That's the second thought. But now the problem is this, that it is a same sex, same age. We just did this race the day before. It was all 3-year-old fillies over 2,500 meters. Okay. And what happened is the pressure did not deliver. And why that happened is because when it becomes a same sex, same age kind of a thing, then things are difficult. Why? Because anybody who has a lower pressure has advantage. Anybody who has a lower pressure. We had 2 races of the same kind last start here at Flemington. This is the last one where we had this one, the 3, where the 4 was the favorite with a lot of pressure and all that. That did not happen. What happened is that 2 won. And Bishwa was on 2, I think. That 2 won with the low pressure. The EW was this one, which was not looking great. That happened. And the other one with the same construction was this one, 1100 or... we'll not talk about this one because this is that straight track. We'll talk about this one where we had all the fillies, but some champion won, definitely not the favorite, which was the linear. All right. The favorite did not win. It had every reason to win, but it did not win. It probably was 7 or something else. Or 2, I don't remember which one it was, but it was some stuff on that line. But the point that I'm trying to make is this, that this is all same sex, same age. Okay. If it plays well, if it plays how it should play, then 5 has a chance. But the problem with 5 is it is holding a lot of pressure on that horse because it is a linear anyway, and the jockey is not handicapped rightly for this horse. We'll take a look at the whip. The whip is good, but that just failed in the previous one. So that may be something which is there. I mean, if we look at what it is very difficult to beat that horse with that pressure. That 199 is a fabulous horse. But to handle that pressure, you don't have a jock. That's the first problem. The second problem is this, that if it is a group 1, which I think it is, group 2. If it is a group 2, then 1 should win. That's the second purpose, the second thing. The 1 should win. But that is all assumption. That is all assumption. There is there's a lot of low pressure horses here, plus that 3 which is there. This is like a 6-year-old mare. The pressure is good. That's a 4-figure. Here, what was the problem with this 12 was, it's a 4, not that 12, the other one that we were talking about, I think 14. I don't know which one we were talking about. Well, that was not right for a 4-figure. Anyway, so point is this, that the 5 is the favorite. The Whirlpool thinks that the 5 is going to win. They have reasons to believe that, and it is very evident on our face that it is a linear. It is at a 40% leverage. Pressure is huge, but the problem is the jockey handicapping. Though it is a dedicated jock, but still that is an issue. It has happened before. But that is least of our problem. The major problem is this, that it is a same sex, same age. What if it flips? What if it flips? And if it flips very badly. So it's a decision whether you want to get into this or not, because it depends on what's your stake, what's your exposure, and whether you want to take those chances. This thing is, by design, it is something that is a very dangerous and a very, very risky proposition. By design, it is a very risky proposition. When it is a same sex, same age, then there is no mechanism to understand how this might work. There's no mechanism. And that's why 5 is the favorite, because that's on your face. Not that it is also doing great. It is at 78. If this is at 78, this one is also at 78. This one is also at 78. There's a huge advantage on this one. EW. Then those are high-rated horses which are there. Obviously, if it plays class, then the 1 is unstoppable. So all those things are there, but will it play the regular way, or it is going to be a flip and everything is going to go upside down, is something that I think one has to understand. This is not a great arrangement. This is not a great, and this is in the last two races of the same arrangement has gone wrong. And those were not the only ones. Those were not the only ones. There are thousands of races that we have done in this channel where this thing has gone wrong. So there were a couple where we were able to get it, and there were a couple where it went through our head. Things can go wild, very wild. This is the handicapping scale. This is the way they are handicapped. So this 5 is the highest handicap. Then it is 1, which is this one. And then it falls. Then 12 comes in at 73. Then it is like that. And then finally it starts gradually declining on the pressure line. And then you see these horses here with the highest advantage. So it is dicey. I won't get into it. I don't know if you want to get into it. But this can go wrong, and this can go wrong in multiple levels. No, I did not overlook the 13. The 13 was very much there, Adaman. So, you see, I did not overlook the 13. Why would I overlook the 13? So, if you look at, do you think I have a reason to overlook the 13? No. If you look at where the 13 sits, it is here, okay? Look at those numbers. Do you think I will overlook? Yes, I went with 15. That's a separate thing that I went with 15. But why I went with 15 is because of the pressure line. All right. The 2 definitely was not the one that could actually deliver. The 1 was not in a shape. The 2 was there within the odds and with a very high relaxation. My opinion was simple. That number is also there. All right. So whether it'll be 15, whether 2 will get in or not, that's a separate thing. I did not want to complicate. I did not want to get into anything else. PC had 5. All right. So generally speaking, what are you looking at? High pressure, low pressure. That is what you're looking at. High pressure, low pressure, and the rails. But here the rails doesn't matter. Why? Because this is a 1200 meter, and it was difficult to actually assume how this thing is going to play. It was very difficult to assume how this thing is going to play. The 15 had the pressure. It failed. Now, why it failed, that is something that happens at this track, 1200 meter. This particular race, I'm sure you will not find in last 6 months. At Flemington, you will not find the same constitution of contenders in last 6 months. You will not find. So that failed. Why it failed? That's how the track plays. When we have sufficient data to actually work with this, we will have a logical reasoning why it failed. Right now, I can't. It should have won. It had the vacation, it had the leverage, it has the pressure, it had the jockey, it should have won. It failed. But that's where this particular scene comes in, that 1200 meters straight is a dicey place. That's a dicey place. 6 winning, that's the linear. That is logical. That is logical. 15 losing, I don't know the explanation. 13, I have no reasons to ignore that. But if I have the right conviction, when I have a solid conviction that this is what it might be, the second position might be, I will emphasize. Here, the second position was in a dicey position. So that made things complicated, and they were constantly harping on this too, that he is in a great shape. On numbers, it doesn't show that it is in a great shape. On numbers, it doesn't show that it is in a great shape. There are others. How will that come into the second position? Here, that should work. The problem is the jockey. The handicapping on the jockey is not great. Though it is a dedicated jock, but that is a concern. Secondly, it is not a class fit. The class fit is this one, the 1. Okay? The class fit is 1. If somebody actually deserves to win, that is number 1. But I mean, it is still better. You see that 28, it drops to 22 here. It is still better on that jock, Tim Clark. And those are the least of our problems. The biggest problem is this is same sex, same age. So anybody with an advantage or a quick run will be able to put it upside down. And if that happens, then it's you and your stake, which is at stake. It's a decision. It's a decision. You want to go with this? We have seen this failing. We have seen this arrangement failing back to back, 2 races in last 2 days, right? 2 in the previous day. 2 races, the previous meeting here in the same track, it went wrong. So we have reasons to believe that 5 will win. Why? Because that's a linear, that's all pressure play and all that is there. The problem is a jockey, but still it is a dedicated jockey. Chances are he knows the horse very well, might pull through. That's one way of thinking. The second way of thinking is it is a class race, it is a group 2. 1 will win. That is the second way of thinking. And the third is you stay out of this entire circus, what is happening, because what if it flips? What if it flips? And there are proven races where it flipped. I'm going to be, they're showing Goldburn at the moment. I'm going to be back in a jiffy from the washroom. Okay, I'm back.
Chief Witness in the light heart of this dragon trip last time out and has a lot less weight today.
That's it, Marto, once again. You get A plus for your form. He's ready to win today. He couldn't look any better. And that last start behind Ferocious, he did draw an 8 of 10, so they just had to be a little bit negative on him today. From the good draw, I think they'll be a lot more positive. Beats Ferocious better in the weights, but not much of a margin. And as I said in the parade yard, he could not look any better. This track upgraded to a good 3, and we're riding fast on a good 3 as well. We've already had an equal track record, so there's no doubt about it, Marto. This track, hard and fast today.
Your second pick is the current favourite Voracious, $2.80 out to 3, back into $2.70. Chief Witness, your top pick, best back to beat it, your best bet, $4.60 into $3.60. Money 2 for Larrikin Rogue for Ben Thompson, $4.20 into $3.70. Quite a stoush amongst those 3 toppers in the tab trade.
Yes, Marto, Larrikin Rogue has been back to the trials, and look, trialled well, was asked to get the job done in the trial, dived up late along the fence. Not the trial I fell in love with, especially deep into a preparation, but certainly this looks a winnable race for Larrikin Rogue. I would suggest to the punters out there at the moment, certainly start looking for on-pace runners that handle genuine good tracks. I think they're going to dominate most of this card, particularly if the rain stays away.
Top 3 in the market there, only 3 they're touching everywhere. Late with the bookies, Voracious is $2.90 out to 3, back into $2.70. Larrikin Rogue, 4 into $3.60. And your best Chief Witness, $4.40 into $3.70. Voracious has got a liking of the Eagle Farm, $1,400.
Absolutely loves it. Back to form here last start. It's also with the addition of the blinkers. So blinkers on, Eagle Farm, good track. They're all things Voracious really likes. He's also a horse with natural speed, so he'll roll forward here on a day where I think on-pace runners may dominate. They certainly did over the 1,200-metre races. The 1,400-metre race, they were a bit more spread out in the opener, so not locked and loaded on the on-pace runners, but certainly the 1,200s, yes, the 1,400 here that we're about to see. I certainly don't think it'll be a disadvantage if your back horses up on pace.
Okay, so where's that leave you for Chief Witness? Can it settle closer, perhaps, off a soft draw?
I think Mark Harley will be all over settling closer from the good draw today. He knows his horse well, and I'd be surprised if he settles further back than 4th or 5th. The good thing here is I think most of the jockeys are awake to it. We might get some high-pressure racing, and that might just bring those horses that can settle handy right into play at the right end of the race.
It's no good for the 4th.
3 out of 9 now. Larrikin Rogue goes in. King Crusader coming up, and Capital Asset, who was able to win first up in South East Queensland at the Sunshine Coast with the last run of the move up. Number 5, Voracious. $2.80. Number 7, Larrikin Road. Good support really late, $3.30. 9, Chief Witness at $3.70. And each of those three have had good support in betting. Capital Asset goes in. The red line is on. Field of 9, ready to jump in the 4th illegal farm. They're set. Racing. Larrikin Road came out sluggishly, lasted the stride. Let's go to the early leaders. Kodiak showing its natural speed, Voracious driving through, and Charlie's Case taking a spot early. Capital Asset about 4th away, and Chief Witness in those bigger ones in 5th. A few weeks away, Hulkamania, Cape Crusader, Larrikin Rogue. Is in last position. Into the first bend, short of 1,000 left to run. Robbie Dog on Kodiak wants to lead, gets Voracious takes the trail. And Capital Asset moves about side the 10. To the Chief Witness, travelling in a great spot in 4th. To the Charlie's Case, Alex Hulkamania. 1 Cape Crusader. Alex Report on Larrikin Rogue. He spots his main betting rivals. A tidy start as they reach the 600 metres. And Tonawara last of the 9, 8 off to lead. Onto the bend, Kodiak in front from on the outside, Capital Asset. Voracious and a tidy run in 3rd. Just needing a gap as Harley brings Chief Witness to the outside. Larrikin Rogue taking along the rail, saving ground, and Cape Crusader brought to the outside. Soon afterwards, Chief Witness raced up, hit the lead from Kodiak. Voracious only going fairly. Larrikin Rogue running on fairly well. Chief Witness in front. If there's a dangerous Larrikin Rogue, I doubt it though. Chief Witness in front. Larrikin Rogue coming strongly now. Chief Witness in front. Don't think Larrikin Rogue.
You got the 6, Vishwa. The 6 was there. Top 3, brilliant.
Charlie's Case was last over the line.
Paul Joyce, best of the day, salutes Chief Witness, holding out Larrikin Road from Martin Harley and playing $3.80 at $1.40 for the runner-up. Capital Asset runs 3rd at $2.70. The first of the group races on tap, Champion Stakes Day at Flemington, rapidly approaching is the Group 2 Tap Matriarch Stakes for the mares. Over the 2,000 metres as we take you trackside to Ben and to James and a very special guest.
Yeah, and of course being Peter Moody, who's got a good chance in this, did actually have 2 runners in it, but with the track downgrade, I would have to just take Almarise out. So blinded by the light in this, talking through the thinking on both defenders that are blinded by the light will handle this round the life.
Yeah, listen, at home she's indicated she'll get through it. She'll try them under race no pressure, you're never 100% sure, but we're pretty confident she will. She comes here in good form.
That 5 also won at Moonee Valley, so it's not a bad horse. It's a very, very strong horse. It also got through with Moonee Valley. Moonee Valley is one of the most difficult place. It also went through with Moonee Valley. And there is no reason it is the favorite. I mean, there's no doubt why it is. Take 10 and we'll give 13. She won.
We're rolling the dice with him. Actuality, most instances get through it. I thought she was very well placed in this race. Gets a big pull in the weights off most of the opposition, and the way the race looks at good speed, she's a filly that needs to get into a nice rhythm. And I thought she was nearly my best of the week, so hopefully we can kick it off with this race.
Just want to touch on you've taken that nose off. It's not a horse in the replay. She wants to throw away. She's still learning the game. Is that inexperience or just a bad habit?
Honestly, I think it's her somewhat. She doesn't so much pull. She just flicks ahead and comes a bit of a habit. And I was using the nose roll as an excuse there, but it didn't change anything, take it off. I think the key to her chances will be getting into a nice rhythm with a good genuine speed. Unfortunately, we'll see a lot of these Flemington races. For some reason, the jockeys don't use their speed. And so you hope they run it along, and she'll be very strong through the line.
We've done enough to convince James. He's been seeing them well, and he's got your eyes up in this, so Mr. Mark.
Thank you. Good day.
Thanks very much, Ben. Appreciate it. He's already had a winner, of course, along with Catherine Cole, with Shoes Out by earlier on in the carnival. 270 over here.
64 days off, so you think about fitness will be an issue, but it's had 2 trials. We've actually found a wet run in Australia. It's had 4 in the Europe, rather.
most recently, the current one's maiden there on a heavy 9.
It's very difficult for the one as well. It's a grey. The grey needs a good ground, not a heavy.
On the quick turnaround, it's probably going to be fitter. So that run on Tuesday was off a 31-day break with a few scratch runs in between. Now come to this on the 4-day turnaround. It does climb up 4 kilos, but it will be fitter. I wasn't convinced about the wet track with it though.
Okay, Jenny Lala, another one that's performed well on rain affected ground, but to my eyes, she's had every chance to pass too.
If you're talking about 13, then it is good. So I'll show you. You're talking about 13, all right? 13 is not bad. It is good, but if it plays, I mean, it's a filly, 4-year-old, 3-year-old filly with a low pressure on that horse. 3 has lowest, but it is a 6-year-old mare. But it has a class. This one is a hustler. Has a jock. The pressure is okay. So yeah, it's a good one. It is a good one. It's a good one. The 6 is also very good. Very good. The 6 is also very good. But you know what you're dealing with. Yeah, maybe that's a better way of going, I think.
It was good. It was a pop seat, angled out, went well. It was $71. That's the only concern in a race that these horses come out of, but it's around the mark.
Okay, your tips?
I've got the 12 one, so I thought it was one of the best each way plays off the date, blinded by the light. For reasons mentioned, I thought his run was good last start against some of the key rivals here and gets the wet track. She's a hustler, got a great chance. In front of See What I See, and for 4th, I put in number 3, Jenny Lala, but I'm with the 12 each way as my bet.
She's on
He's on a each way too. He's like 12 each way.
really good going to $2.25 and then back out to $2.70. So best supported runner with 10 fixed odds, but maybe other factors pushing that price out late.
Yeah, but the one is a grey, Bishwa. The one is a grey, and the thing is, I don't know how it will play, but problem is this, that the grey horses are brilliant. The grey horses are brilliant, but they are like these Rolls Royce. They're not Hummers. They cannot handle wet grounds. They're not good for wet grounds and all that. So we'll see how it ends.
The inside, Jenny Lala, but also pushing up the favourite. She's a hustler. And a little Cancy out with Sunset Park Rider. See What I See is behind those horses trying to find a position. Terra Star is next, and then came Bond Mistress and pulling its real class from Positivity, blinded by the light. And at the tail of the field is moving out as they reach the 1450. Still sorting out their order. Sunset Park is eventually going to ease across and lead the field from See What I See out wider. And then came She's a Hustler, who gets a lovely trailing position outside of Jenny Lala. Real Class is 3 wide, a little cast between horses, and then came Terra Star. 3/4 of a length, Bond Mistress, a length away to Good Batter. And then came Blinded by the Light, Positivity, and 2 for the back is moving out up on the steel as they head towards halfway. Sunset Park, the leader in the matriarch, just starts to string them out a little bit better by a length and a quarter. See What I See. 2 for the back is She's a Hustler outside of Jenny Lala, and then Real Class 5-3 wide. A length away, a little cast, and then came Terra Star and Bond Mistress. In the back half is Good Batter, and then came Blinded by the Light, Positivity, and moving out is last of all as they approach the home corner. 750 out, Sunset Park in front of See What I See. Then came She's a Hustler, who is about to ease out 3 wide. Real Class on a wide run, then a little cast. Jenny Lala is battling away on the inside. It's going to be an arduous 450 metres. Terra Star trying to pick up from Good Batter, Blinded by the Light, a long way back. Sunset Park at the 350, still 2 legs. See what I see, she's a hustler. Then Real Class and down the outside, a little cash trying to stay on. Sunset Park, 200 metres to go. Still had a good 3 legs, she's a hustler. Then See What I See, a little cash and Real Class. But Sunset Park, it's
13.
again. She's 2 legs in front. And Sunset Park will win. Sunset Park, she's a hustler.
13 5.
See What I See, a further line.
Boom!
Back behind those horses.
Jesus Christ.
Positivity, Bond Mistress.
3 5 1
Jenny Lala.
and 6, I think.
Makes it a double here today. Her third win across the carnival, and it's at a price too. The 13 Sunset Park, $19.40 and $4.65. Grand winner, well done. Made the trip from Hawkesbury. Did have a run.
Flipped. But Vishwa, that was a good one. 13.
Run second. Cancer with midfield. And I think they might have tripped a few up on speed there. Nothing from the back main ground. And she was travelling.
So a young horse, low pressure, beats this one. Here the rails don't matter because this is a 2000 meter. So, but that 13 went through 3, 5, 6 in 1. I mean 13, 5, 6 in 1. This was a 2-year, 6-year-old mare. This is Jock 82. So this is a question of chance. Okay, this is a question of chance, and chance is definitely not a strategy. This is bad. The 13. Went through. We go to the next 5. This is again a weird one. 5, 2600 Group 3. 13 and 14 has been scratched. 13. Hide 14. We have already scratched. 1, 2, 4, and 3. So this is a group 3. If we do the group 3, if we do the group 3, that is how the odds look like. Okay, that is how the odds look like. Now that's group 3. Playing group 3, that's the right order. But this group 3 is also 2600 meter. This group 3 is also 2600 meter. That one fits the bill absolutely right. Okay. if it, I mean, if you look at how the thing is through the DICR and through the DC, it is absolutely that 1, 2, 3, and 4. That should be the order. That's the thing. But now, if so, here what happened? Okay, so here it was a 2000 meter. It went wild, and it was supposed to go wild, and 13 won because it was a younger filly with a low pressure. It went through. It zoomed home like nobody's business, and the 5 came in second. All right, with that pressure, it is a good horse, but it came in second. With a dedicated jock and all that, nothing worked. This just did not work. I did not have a strong conviction on 13. But when you look at it, apparently, then it makes a lot of sense. Why? Because the lowest was here, up here, which was a 6-year-old mare, 82. Then it all drops. Okay. This is a drop in class, which is a 6-year-old mare. Then this becomes 80, 78. This is all bad. How that will work, God only knows. Now it makes sense. The result makes sense. Okay. Here, until and unless the race is over, we will not have the results. So it doesn't make sense right now. But the point is this, that one is the favorite, which is the best fit, but at the same time, it is a 72, which is probably the lowest in its, when we compare this horse with the others. All right. It is probably the lowest. Now, so anything above 2000 meter, I like the 5-year-old mares. Anything above the 2000 meters, I like the 5-year-old mares. We have a 5-year-old mare here. But when we look at that as well, all right, it definitely doesn't have a jock. It is the largest inner. It is the largest inner, which drags this one, which is 17. All right, that's the leverage on this horse. It's the linear, but linears generally do not win this. 2600. I mean, that generally doesn't happen. If we go through the class, it is like that. All right, it is like that. 1, 2, 3, 4. It is exactly the same order that should follow. All right, that should, if it goes through the class. But there are quite a few problems with the class today, and that is this, that firstly, it is a wet ground. Secondly, though that's how the class should play, but the class should also reflect here, like them, which unfortunately is not the case. It is not looking great here. If this is 3 at 80 at 36, this is also 80 at 34, which 85 at -11. Then this 85 is at -23. This is 87, which is from gate number 12, a 5-year-old gelding. 9, 87. This is a 94, but it is an 8-year-old gelding. Then we have a 93 from, that is the linear anyway. But they don't fall in the class. So this handicapping has been, this odds are based on class, but the class doesn't reflect here. This is how it is being done. If you look at that, then that's that. The 3 is the second linear, which is up here. It will not require the physics because it is a 2600 meters. So this is that. All right. But if it plays class, that's what it is. 6.5, 4.5, 4. 85, 80. There's a body weight on this. Tough call. Tough call. I like the 5-year-old man. Maybe an EW is good, but there's no surety on this. There's no surety on this that it'll work on one. It's the class odds. But they do not have those numbers. Like here, we did not have those numbers on this 2. It was the second favorite. 15 was the first one. So 15 lost and 6 won the linear. So things went upside down. Here it is very much like going to go upside down. Don't get into it. Don't get into it. They're very well managed. There's a very good jock on this. One is being written by J. Mack. Brilliant. But their team is also good. It is probably Chris Waller. That's all good. Fair. Fantastic. But that is also the worst horse. 1. That is also the worst horse in this. I mean, the condition is the worst. It is not a bad horse, but it is just that it is not in a condition. It had to have the condition. In their language, it is carrying conditions. They might say it generally carries a lot of conditions. So that's the state. So things will go wrong. Probably. Things will go wrong, probably. I mean, it's a hunch. It's coming from gate number 17. Very difficult. It needed a jock. It doesn't have a jock. But this distance has always been with a 5-year-old mare. 2200, 2300. They are superb at this distance, and it also shows that it is the highest on this distance. It has done most of the races on this particular distance. So that's a call. I mean, generally one has to take looking at the condition. I don't have a clean go. I don't have a clarity. I don't know what will happen, but what I can say is it is going to be it is not going to be nice. The ending is not going to be nice. Boston, Sydney. They're showing Geelong. Geelong is Victoria, I think. 6-3-11. That was Geelong, I think. I'm going to show Rose Hill now, so we can put Rose Hill.
It was a lovely ride last time, Marto. Just controlled the speed out in front, but gee, he cleared to win very impressively. He was only second up there, now to 1,800 metres third up. I think his race is going to be determined in the first 100 metres. He's got a couple of speed horses inside him, only a short run to the first two. If he can get across and get in a good position, I think he's hard to beat. But if he gets caught 3 wide in that cover, he might be in a bit of trouble. So I think all eyes on how he gets out of the barriers. 2-5-1 and 10. Paul was the big danger. Loved the run in Brisbane later. It's just a slow tempo against him, but his lace was terrific. He just has to hold a spot midfield here, and it'll be hard to hold out late. Whether he can do that remains to be seen. One Bronson getting back onto a dry track, I think is key. He's turned his form around in his preparation and back to his best. Closed off well on a heavy track latest. And 10 Adolfo, your leader, can give some cheek with no weight. But Hurstville's a group for me, the one that's been well back.
Yeah, the late cash is coming for Hurstville Zagreb, $3.10 into $2.40 with the tab, and it's now a clear-cut market maneuver late with the bookies. It's $3.20 into $2.40, so it's very well tried late everywhere. Damo, always been a very talented horse and has come back really well.
Yeah, it's come back super. The first up run, he probably needed it in that second up effort. He got the right run in front, but he was dominant. Ran good time. Second horse, Full House, come out and ran well during the Cup Carnival of Flemington. So, well played.
Now forecaster and the heavily backed favourite, Hurstville Zagreb. This has been really well backed into $2.40. This was $3 about 8 minutes ago into $2.40. Zach Lloyd aboard from the outside gate. So the favourite's locked away now, and we're good to go. The Petaluma handicap, 1,800 metres, the distance of the 5 diamonds later on today, and they're all set. Gates are back now, and they're off and racing, and Adolphus was one of the first into stride together with Lusker, and Existential Bob is going to tie towards the inside. Forecaster goes forward, and so does the favourite Hurstville Zagreb as they drive into the first turn. Brave Call gets well back in the field from Morning Sun ahead of it. Then Brosnan and Best Hours last of all going to the back, and Adolphus being pressured by Forecaster, and Lloyd goes forward here on Hurstville Zagreb. He'll want to try and push Lusker down to the rails to avoid racing wide. They're followed further back then by Existential Bob. The field is well strung out. Then came Morning Sun, a gap after Brave Call, the second favourite. Brosnan and Best Hour the last two. There'll be about 14 lengths covering the field here. Forecaster to 1,000, lead by a length. Hurstville Zagreb eventually got to second. He did a bit of work to get there. They're followed by Adolphus, leaders back third, and a length and a half to Lusker. He was happy to just sit back a bit after doing a bit early. Further back to Morning Sun, travelling all right on the rails on the inside of Existential Bob. Brave Call happy to sit back in the field, keeping Brosnan company, and Best Hour is the last one. Forecaster in front. 600 to go from Hurstville Zagreb. Then came Adolphus, Lusker, Morning Sun, Existential Bob, Brave Call, given a real liven up turning for home. Forecaster swings Fleming's in front by a length and a half. Luke is pretty busy on the phone now. Hurstville's Zagreb getting closer. Then Lusker. Existential Bob's letting down well and a couple after Brave Call. Hurstville's Zagreb being tested by Lusker the outside. And Lusker races to another lead from Hurstville's Zagreb. Existential Bob and Best House flashing home. Lasker's in front 50 up begging for the post and got it. Lusker. A half length to Best House. Brosnan home for third. The early work played its toll at the end. Brave Call too far back. Existential Bob peaked and got stage fright. Further back to four.
These some of the tracks that are some of these tracks, they give us claims. I can't put them on screen, so we'll wait for a safe track. It should come up.
This track and trip last time out. Went only second up.
That's it, Marto, and I expect Blue Spinell to run a really cheeky race here today from that soft draw. We know this track's riding on the fast side today. I think Ian Jones will be aware of that, put this horse as close as she can to the action. We've got a really speedy customer in Find Your Own, loves to rip along at crazy sections out in front. The market's not with him today, so he'll probably hit the turn and fold up, and that'll leave horses like Blue Spinell. We've got Lyles from Matty Smith, the short price favourite, coming up from Sydney with really good form. Hard to see Lyles not being in the finish. And the money horses bossed up, drawing the fence for Ryan Maloney, another Tony Gollan runner. So don't look the big three, Marto. I've marked them 10, 11, 8 and 7.
With the tab fixed, Lyles is best backs, 260 into 220 minutes. You touched on bossed up. Best back to beat it, $4.40 into $3.40. Cosmo said Taurus is $3.10 out to $4.60. Blue Spinell has the value play, $14 and good value indeed with the tab fixed from this morning to now. Last 15 minutes with bookies, 240 into 220 for Lyles, making his Queensland debut. He drops a kilo and rises to a benchmark 78 off that 72 first up win at midweek grade at Warwick Farm.
Yes, Marto, spot on. And look, only very lightly raced compared to its rivals. 6 starts for 2 wins and 3 placings. So Matty Smith, as he does with these sort of promising sprinters, he picks his mark, he works them through the grades. He's dodging a Saturday Sydney race. He's going to come up here to Brisbane for something slightly easier. And then you throw in a good draw, you get Ben Thompson as your jockey. I'm certainly not knocking Lyles. I'm hoping Blue Spinell can cause a massive upset, but in my multiple Quinella trifectas, Lyles have bossed up. They're in there with Blue Spinell, Marto. If any of those three can hit the Quinella trifecta, we're doing okay.
Bossed up best back to beat Lyles. He's likely raced for a 5-year-old.
Vishwa is very lucky today. That was Vishwa is doing brilliant.
He's probably only knock is he tends to get back flat home 1,000 metres around here. The way this track's riding today,
He's on fire today.
So I just don't know how much head start bossed up we'll be able to give them. But we saw Ryan Maloney earlier in the day on a horse called Negotiations. Threw the speed map out the window, went forward from a wide gate and led, and got away with the prize. So Ryan's aware of how the track's playing. I think most of the drivers are. So don't be surprised if bossed up kicks up a little bit closer today from that inside gate.
And also on screen, Cosmo said Taurus gets out 340 to 440 with the bookmakers. No place for him in your top 4. What's the read? He was excellent winning first up.
He was. It's more just the gate off this 1,000-metre start and his race position. I don't think Cosmo's got the speed to sort of get in that first 3 or 4, which means they're probably going to have to go back. And if they go back, I just can't see the money next time. See that they can top of. I just think those on-pace runners coming home in 32.8, 32.9, which they'll probably do here. You've got to come home in 33.3, 32.3, 32.4. If you're going to give them a start, beat them, and horses just can't run that fast. So I think 1,000 2000 in particular, you want those long-place runners.
As you see, don't forget to check the My Office on the Tab app for bonus bet offers on races 1 through to 6 here at Eagle Farm Race, your Flemington. You're running out of time, get even more value. Betting in venue as we take you to the venue of Eagle Farm. Join David.
Now we're just about ready to go for the fifth of the day. Chief Winters winning the previous race. He ran 1:20.9. That's Stradbroke time. Red light on for the fifth. Racing. Find Your Own out wide and Lyles for the first two to go. Hidden Melody smartly away and then hella fast. Boss Numbers keeping a position in the rail. They're followed then by Blue Spinel, Cosmo Centaurus. Slots him one off the fence, second last, and Mr. Galazzi is last. Find Your Own has his paper, loves the bubble line. Second in the Melody, third and three wide. As Lyle pops off the rail and goes up outside of Find Your Own. Boss Number on the inside of Hella Fast. Cosmo Centaurus spots them 5. Then Blue Spinella, Mr. Galazzi. In the straight, 300 left to run. And Lyles quickly past Find Your Own. Bossed Up gets out of good enough. Cosmo Centaurus not doing enough. The leader was Lyles. Bossed Up is trying hard. He'll charge late, but Lyles has got the break. Short of 100 to go. Got the break and runs a weak man. And Lyles goes away. Bossed Up by nearly 3. Cosmo Centaurus third. Hella Fast fourth. They're Mr. Galazzi, Blue Spinel, Find Your Own, and Hidden Melody.
That's a run for Lyles and Ben Thompson.
6.
Off the dates. It's 11.86.
Dingo's favourite.
Running
But you got the 6.
5. Run to the fifth one. Champion Stakes Day from Flemington. And this is the Queen Elizabeth Stakes set. Group 3 grade over the 2,600 metres. 4 late scratching, so we're down to a field of 12. And at the track all week for us, here's Ben and also James and also Kieran Murray.
I've got to be out now. It's all you blokes.
10, 11, 13, 14, 15. 10, 11, 13, 14, 15.
Today is very, very deep in a prep. Good win last time, got his tail up, and he's got a bit of wet form. Should get a similar run, just on speed. And
That was thoughts on 3. 3 is with a lot of thing that is going on, but it is still the second linear which is up here. Which is up here. So that is a good sign. But will that be doing anything great is a question that I don't have an answer to. Maybe, but things can go wrong, and things can go wrong in very, very bad way.
she's had a really smooth week. She's right as well.
Jesus.
Slightly better wet tracker than Jenny. She'll be out there by the line. They'll have to catch her, providing the wind doesn't affect her too much. They're sort of doing it herself. I think she should run right up to the other day, so whether that's good enough, we'll see.
Feel like she's a warrior. She goes out for you guys every start. When you see the other trainers and sort of connections saying, "Oh, we won't let her get far away. We'll chase it. We'll make it a race." Does it make you want to run even more?
Well, I'm right. If you want to chase it, good. Like it's really your own.
6 and 7.
So, she's just such a thrilling horse to have anything to do with. I certainly love watching her race, and I'm sure many others do as well. Yeah.
I think one of the highlights of the carnival scene that we already, maybe we're going to see a win again.
Cheers, thanks very much.
Thanks very much for coming on. Appreciate it. And you are more than welcome to stay and watch the racing with the heater as well. So, our favourite, the one, man, this race is an interesting one
because it's a lot of horses that were on the fringe of a Melbourne Cup that didn't get into that race, and you wonder whether they were sort of prepped for that 32, and now they're running over the 26, and Birdman definitely forcing that.
So there's a lot of the classy runners, they're not giving the main rocket chances, probably maybe Whiskey on the other side. They're not giving a lot of the main chances a huge amount of weight. So you see 60 kilos for Birdman, but he's a pretty quality horse. He's won his main overseas carrying 61, so he has one without weight too. And the other chances, I think he's not too badly placed. He's got a good chance, wet, no issue.
Okay, Barclay Sweat.
Another one, I don't think the wet's any problem. It's well exposed, but it does have the wet. I think it's really got a strong each-way chance. It's very consistent, runs a lot of placings, 9 placings from a 34 to go for 8 wins. It'll lob in an okay spot from 6. Good each-way.
Okay, we touched on Sayadati with your
really consistent last 3 ratings, which I always like. I feel like they can springboard off that when they can sort of strip together 3 consecutive sort of ratings. It does want to win, which it gets. Group 2 is probably a bit sort of strong for it. I think this Group 3 on a wet track is what it wants.
Has the 5 golden snap. Michael D on board. Was your read that she would have needed things a little further?
You think so? And I thought last time just couldn't get forward. These Japanese horses, they want a rolling sort of tempo. They can cover a big ground to be forward. She just couldn't get forward. Not convinced she will be able to hear on the wet track either.
Okay, Mark, looking for his 8th win
really out of the race. You have to say when she was in last time. I feel like if she hadn't done so well, they might have avoided this race.
Could you elevate a few bits Geelong just given the race?
Been sorry, been 300 was 460 yes, before that was trying to do the 4th one in Caulfield 270 and Mornington winning Samuel win despite being held up. Also, the win is a positive. I thought the top 2 ones today. I think it's been well back and well found, so I've got it on top. I actually reckon the better each way plays Barclay Square. I'd happily take that $6 each way. So I'm 1, 2, 7, 3. Give all those horses a chance. I'd say the bet for me though is the 2 Barclay Square each way.
Historically, it's been a very competitive race. That wasn't the case in 1998. Modern Power went around after winning the Colt.
5 is a 5-year-old mare. This distance is very much within her capabilities, but they did not have a whole lot to talk about her. Plus, it is a grey on a wet ground, which is also a problem. Gate number is a problem. Jockey is a problem. So the 5 I like, but I'm not in.
Whiskey on the hill away okay. Braden Star over on the far side beat them out with also Sayadati. And there's So You Are from the deep now hustling forward. And So You Are is going across to lead. Sayadati and Strawberry Rock and the Japanese entrant Golden Snap Wider. Whiskey on the hill is 3 deep and then came Braden Star at Narosso the fence. He's a shocker on a limb early and then came Post Impressionist Barclay Square. Second last is Birdman and on the rails at the tail is Star of India.
17.
Towards the Riverside, 2,100 to go. So You Are in front with Golden Snap around the 3 wide and Whiskey on the hill.
God knows why it is called. That 17 is the linear, which is running as this point of time. The 5 is right there.
Post Impressionist back to 3rd last, and then came Star of India, and Birdman is last of all in the Queen Elizabeth, 1,600 to go. So You Are striding out about 1 3/4 lengths in front of He's a Shocker, who's worked up. Golden Snap is now 3rd outside of Strawberry Rock. It would be about 18 lengths first to last at this stage. So Strawberry Rock next the inside of Golden Snap.
Bad idea on that 17. No, it's a 4-year-old gilding. It's okay. It's a 4-year-old gilding. It's okay. He's raving it.
The turn of the field is Birdman as they reach Chiquita Lodge and beyond with 1,100 metres to go. So You Are got a breather from He's a Shocker the outside.
That 15, which is there, is an 8-year-old gelding.
Whiskey on the Hill, length and a half to Rosso. Then came Sayadati Sadati, length and a quarter away Barclay Square. Then Braden Star, Post Impressionist is third last, second last Star of India on the rails, and Birdman is last of all, still 15 to 18 off the leader. So You Are, who's clicked up now to try and really string them out. 650 metres to go. The leader is So You Are, 2 lengths He's a Shocker. Then Strawberry Rock, Golden Snappers behind them, Whiskey on the Hill, sliding forward about 4 off the lead from Ender Rosso, whacking away Barclay Square, dropping away Sayadati Sadati. Birdman still third last, 400 to go, and now going to the lead, Strawberry Rock from So You Are. Whiskey on the Hill challenges though, He's a Shocker and Ender Rosso right down the outskirts as they reach the 250. It's a slogging finish. Whiskey on the Hill with Ender Rosso the outside. Whiskey on the Hill finds reserves, draws a neck a half. Ender Rosso, Golden Snap coming again. Whiskey on the Hill is clear.
12-4-5. 12-4-5. 12-4-5.
Post Impressionist, He's the Shocker, Birdman, Sayadati Sadati, Strawberry Rock,
12-4-5. Araman was on 4.
Star of India, and that is all.
Whiskey on the Hills.
Whiskey on the Hill.
So what happened is that 12, right? Why low pressure? Why low pressure? So what happened basically is the 17 was getting raved very badly. The 15 was an 8-year-old gelding. The 5 got there. This is a 5-year-old mare. They are very good with that distance. What was wrong? Why I did not have confidence on that thing is because the jock is also missing on that horse. We needed a better jock on this to be a little confident on that 5. But that 12 was 87. The other one which could actually do this was this 94, which was 15, which was trying actually, but that was an 8-year. How will that work? So the odds were through the DICR. If we look at the thing, 1, 2, 3, 4. 12 was here, okay? But that's leverage on that horse. That is leverage on that horse. Plus, it is not, it doesn't look like it is getting tired. This one was, the 7 was a 6-year-old gelding. How will that work? I don't know. But out here, that work, and then this is the highest pressure actually that actually went through. But these are like 6-year-old geldings and all that. The 3 did not have a chance, because if that's that, then I mean, honestly speaking, the 5-year-old mares, anything above 2,000 meters, the 5-year-old mares are lethal in that race. But it did not have a jock. That's why it did not have a jock. Plus, they were gate number 17. How will you get a confidence on that horse? Plus, it did not do also. What happened is, with that 5-year-old gelding from gate number 9, with a leverage and a low pressure, with a jock, So the odds are not always right, whether it is whirlpool or whatever. I mean, it's good to look at the odds. If we go through that, that's a clear winner. All right, that's a clear winner. But that is also the worst one. That is also the worst one. How will that actually work? How will that actually work? It has to go through this. So this was an 8-year-old. That did not work. He was trying very hard, but that did not happen. The 17th, this was gate number 15. Anyways, that pressure is not adequate, and it was the linear who was trying very hard. The 12 went through the low pressure with a jock. Man, can we get a race that we can actually do? And 6. Six, 10, 1, 5. 6, 10, 1, and 5. So this one is a group 1 again. Six, 10, 1 and 5. 6, 10, 1 and 5. All here. Now, a group 1. So, the linear, all right, the linear is 10 with a lot of pressure. Then it is the second linear. They are both first and second favorite. Then that is like that, and it looks like it is all pressure. Because the advantage is here on that horse, which is not looking great. And after that, it is 3, which is a 5-year-old gelding. Is 89, 92, 97. So it's probably here. The game is right. Now, why should 6 win and not 10? So 10 is 10 Tyrus. It won the same distance 1 week ago. And we know which race. Zahara was riding this horse. And for some genius reason, they have changed Zahara today and gotten Craig Williams. Zahara is very good with colts. I don't know how good is Craig Williams. And it is a lot of pressure. Jock is there. That's not a problem. That's Jock. And 6 is with J-Mac. It's a lot of difference between these two horses. So we'll see what happened here at the 1200 meter. Here the 15 was supposed to win, but that did not win. 6 won. The linear won. Okay, with a low pressure. The high pressure did not win. It was after a long vacation. Everything was looking good, but it did not win. Here, that is the same situation. This is not that kind of a pressure that this one had. This one had, no, that's 104. And this is 108, a little more, 139. But I checked and it kind of reduced. If we look at what happened 1 week ago, that probably is this one, race number 6, I think. No, not this one. This one, probably. Yes. So this was 10 tires, number 3. All right, the 103, 126, the pressure definitely dropped here. And Zahara was riding this. It had the physics, it had everything, though it's like the straight is very difficult and dicey. But what happened is this thing won. And today, that doesn't look like the thing. So, look. So the thing is, I am very scared of this 200 meters, 1100 meters, and 1000 meters here at Flemington. They play very weird. They play very weird, and I don't know what to do at times. So 10 is in trouble. 10 is definitely a question, because whether this Colt will like Craig Williams is something which is a big question mark. Whether it will like him and run, because Colts are very difficult animals. If they don't like you, they probably bite you. So that I don't know whether that'll work. The next pressure is on 6. Technically, it is not possible to beat 10 by 6. 1200 meters on a straight, the second linear beating with 81 on that is a very questionable thing. But it's a dedicated jock, and J-Mac has been on this like nobody's business. J-Mac has been on this. So, and J-Mac has about 57% strike rate on this particular horse. So J-Mac is good. J-Mac is on this horse. 10, for some genius reason, they have changed Zahara from that horse. I don't know why would somebody do that, but that happened. But that horse is 10 Tires is a mean machine. That thing, I have seen it riding. I have seen it running here at 1200 meters. It is a fabulous horse. It's a different breed altogether. So that's that. And if that happens, then what happens is, I don't think it'll go here. I mean, that's bad. This is equally bad. This is even getting weirder. So it'll be up till here, which this is a 99, but it is a 6-year-old mare. So that is not a great idea. So it is up till here. Now, if out here we do the low pressure, high pressure thing and keep 10 out, if we do the low pressure, high pressure thing here and keep 10 out, consider the class, then it should be 6, 5, 10, 1, 6, 5, 10, then 1. That's just my thinking. All right. Can it go wild? Can it go upside down? 100% it can go upside down. For many reasons. But one of them is 10 Tires is a mean machine. If it runs, there's no stopping. For starter. Secondly, it's the 1200 meter. If things go bad, then it goes bad, but it doesn't look like it will go bad, because where it could go bad, they are not looking in a great shape. Where it could go bad, like it could go bad with this horse, okay, but it is not looking like it is in a shape today that can actually do this. Okay, this is a 99, which might make some noise, but that's a 6-year-old mare over a 1200 meter. That's a very bad idea. Then the rest don't make sense. There is no strong advantage on anyone apart from this 4, which is a 0 pressure. Zeros don't win. It's you have to have a lot of other factors involving for zeros to win, but those factors are missing. To start with, it is not looking in a great shape. So it probably is here. They think 10 is not going to win, which even I think, because changing Zahara was not a great idea. Why they did that, I don't know. Zahara won with that horse. They should have kept Zahara on this, but Zahara is not there. Then it is 115 on this horse, so probably that'll win. If it plays low pressure, high pressure, then 5 is in. $90, then it drops to 40. And then goes back to 10. So 6, 5, 10 is a maybe kind of a thing. But that maybe is still maybe. Things can go wrong. And this track, I have very limited understanding of this particular track. Maybe PC can throw in some light. Maybe I don't know. This track is difficult. This track it'll play absolutely disastrous every time. Six morph. Vishwa Hobart. It's showing Goldburn.
Joycey Cavalryman covered ground and was brave last time out of Durban.
Yes, mate, I'm really keen on Cavalryman here today. We are racing on virtually a fast track, and Cavalryman's got the good draw. Playing for James Murray, as you said, worked hard wide up last start. The start before that was too good here on a good 4-eagle farm over the 1800 metres. So I like the line of the grey. He also paraded in fantastic style, Marto, so very keen on the 8. 5 Canberra Legend, our likely leader. Just a little bit concerned about the sort of firm track for him. He's had 16 starts on good tracks and he's yet to win one. Number 6, Ludovic, the other on-pace runner. There's only 3 of them I think can go forward here, although they have said they're going to ride him more positively today, so keep that in mind. And number 3, Navy Steel, did look the goods in the yard, Bardo, so the only marker I've got in my top 4. Otherwise, it's the on-pace runners for me, 8, 5, 6 and 3.
And late with the bookies, Cavalryman best back 3 into 240. Victory Flame is the second big number 9, not in your mix. What's the read? Get some weight relief today, dropping 5 kilos, having his 4th straight go at this Dragon Trip.
Yeah, look, he seems to love Eagle Farm. He certainly likes good tracks. I think that's where the support for him has come today. My only knock on Victory Flame, he's a horse I've often backed before. He does have a bit of a flat spot, and the way this track's racing today, if he hits one of those flat spots, you're not going to get away with it. They're just sizzling around his course today, and they're running fast splits all the way through. So you won't want to hit that flat spot today, but perhaps deep into his preparation, as fit as he is, today might be the day that he doesn't hit that flat spot on this fast track.
Riding there with horse 12 Sun Worshipper, it's attracting interest. $7 into $6 for the bookmakers. Another get back of though. Offside Bubble Cheeker on for the first time today. It was close up this time a week ago.
Yeah, she's a man now. As a filly, I've sort of had my eye on her a bit in some of those.
Lee, welcome back. J-Mac should win. J-Mac has a long history with that horse.
She's great coat-wise.
J-Mac should win.
She's really important in the racing style that she's got. I can't sort of come into that betting move for her here today.
There is your topper on screen, Cavalryman. Hard to miss the grades. Won 1 of 8 since the move north to Lindsay Goff. Started in Victoria with the late Mike Moroney.
Yeah, done a great job since coming to Queensland, and surprisingly for a grey and the son of So You Think, he seems to like these firm tracks, and obviously he's having a great run up here in Queensland as a result of that, and then he's hit a genuine sort of good to firm track today, so everything in his favour I think today for the son of So You Think, the former Victorian, and let's hope he can get the job done for the punters.
Lee, this track, I get very nervous with this 1200, 1100 and 1000 meter.
Funny enough, Marto, I literally looked at the app just before we came to air. It is clear skies.
I get very nervous with this particular track. I don't have sufficient understanding of this track, honestly, Lee. When I have that, you will find it in my, when I have confidence, I speak. When I don't have confidence, I don't know. This track is like a, what do you call that?
Victory Flame, best back to beat at 480.
That place where all the flights get disappeared.
Doblo Bowl comes up. It's a wild chap at the
There's a place where all the flights in the ships, they get disappeared for some unknown reason. Some delta. Forgot the name, but it's like that. This track, we need more data on that track. Unfortunately, they don't repeat the same races in 6 months. So until and unless we are able to get a pattern on that track, it'll be foolish for me to say something. By the looks, it looks like it was a bad idea not getting Zahara on Tentitis. Zahara won with Tentitis. Zahara should be on Tentitis. Why Zahara is not there and a new jock is there on Tentitis is what makes it all dicey. But that's the game.
In a good spot. Toodaloo Devisi travelling a bit better than midfield outside of Bannerheim. Then Sun Worshipper, Beckhamo, Diablo Bolt, Dable Seal and Spaycaster. First up today, 10 off the lead in last position. Inside the 1,000 metres, they move to the side. Victory Flame holds sway by 3/4 to Wild Champion Face East into the clear at precisely the right time as Canberra Legend lost a length or two and Sun Worshipper putting in strongly right down the outside. The heavily back commodity Cavalryman reached the lead, went by Victory Flame and Wild Champ, then Sun Worshipper, Cavalryman, short of 100 again. But he's well clear. And the favourite makes us say, go Cavalryman and Cavalryman. Bolted in. Then Sun Worshipper.
Too good.
Victory Flame in fourth and Beckhamo, followed by Diablo Bolt, then Wild Champ, Ludovisi, Naval Seal, Canberra Legend turned in a poor run, and Spaycaster out towards the tail.
That's a rock for Cavalryman and Jace McMurray, dominant at $2.30 and $1.40. Need the judges' help to confirm second and third. Well, the start of the main quaddie on tap champion Stakes Day from Flemington is the Group 1 champion sprint down the famous straight 6 at 1,200 metres.
Is it famous or infamous? That is...
alongside them, hoping that it won't be a mare this year. The trainer of Giga Clayton Douglas.
There's no reason not to trust JMac on this. You see, that's a management. So it's a management thing. All right, you see that? That's a management thing. There's no reason not to trust JMac on this because he has a 57% strike rate on this particular horse. He's been good with this horse. So there's no reason for not to believe that he will not do justice, especially when he knows that horse that well. There's nothing that is a so-called advantage. So that's 78. This is also management. So if it plays high pressure, low pressure, then it is 6, 5, 10. If it plays all high, then it is 6 and 10. That generally doesn't happen, but you never know. Tentitis is a brilliant horse. They shouldn't have changed Zahara. I don't know why they did that, but they did that. That was one interest. Just
two-time Group 1 winner, the all-age Doomba 10,000, and
Giga Kick.
quality. You can pretty much add an asterisk there and make it $3. But $3 about that favourite now, which is Jolly Star. The market story is also Tentaris, which we'll get to in 2 ticks. But let's gamble through a few of these. James, starting off with Giga Kick.
Okay.
Well, ask Clayton if you could take away the rein, would you? I wouldn't.
prefer to wide a gate, but he's got to be in it with the rain.
Okay, Tropicus next, horse 5.
Yeah, its debut was on a soft 7 and a 1. I haven't seen a wet track since, but it'll roll.
There's nothing that actually can, from the low pressure side, it doesn't look like they're in a shape.
Might have it in their face.
Doesn't look like they're in a shape. 10-6-1 are the top.
Three-time winner, and you've got the three-time Group 1 winner in Jolly Star.
Newmarket was the only time she's been down the straight. She was able to win that. She won it pretty impressively. I think the smother is a positive for her. She'll be in behind them. Wet unknown. I think she'll get the right run if she does get
So however you want to play that, it should work.
Alongside his name, including this race in 2009 with All Silent.
It wasn't bad last night. She ran last, but she was beaten 4 1/4 in the Everest. Wet track a big plus. The only negative would almost in a giga category. You'd probably prefer to be in those outside 3 or 4 gates rather than middle to inside, but she's a knockout chance, I think.
Can you mount a case for Benedetta or Flying for Fun?
It's only after the stable was playing, the blinkers on for Benedetta. Flying for Fun, obviously good the other day on the 7-day turnaround, but this is harder.
Okay, the 10 is 10 Tyrus. So from a market perspective, are you worried at all? It was as though, what was best bet? $3.60 at one point, now we're back to $3.
Yeah, around 3.30, I reckon, best on the with the fixed odds with the tab. So it's been a little bit easy. Jolly Star clearly been better back, but look, if he gets through the wet, I think he gets the cover. Again, he's drawn 3, he'd rather wide, but he was impressive winning the call. I've got him on top.
Okay, how would you play the race?
It's whether you're happy to take a punt on them in the wet. I would at 3.30. I'd be happy to have something on 10 Tyrus. So that's the way I've gone. I respect Jolly Star. I've got the gig marked about $6, so 10 for me.
Okay, one left to load as we get to Matt Hill for the BRC Champions.
On a heavy 9.
Heavy 9.
Last one forwards with Melbourne Cup winning jockey Jamie Mellon Benedetta for Kieran Maher for the first of our big ones today. Just an issue in Gross. One of the riders just not quite aboard one of these. Jockey of Flying for Fun is just sitting up in the structure at the moment, and looks as though 10 Tyrus has been backed out. 10 Tyrus, number 10. There's an issue in barrier number 3. And the vets come over to have a look as well. So being vetted here, 10 Tyrus, and the saddle's coming off.
Scratched.
Saddle's coming off 10 Tyrus, so this will be a late scratching. We'll have it confirmed, disappointed. Look at the face of Craig Williams as the horse is taken away. But it looks as though the second favourite is going to come out here of the Champions Sprint. We'll have it confirmed. It's been withdrawn. 3:51 will be scratching time. 3:51, 10 Tyrus, a late scratching out of the Champions Sprint. So down to 9 runners. Benedetta goes in, completes the line. Drama before the first of the Group 1s. The field is set.
No Zara, no run. That was a better idea.
Beginning well was Tropicus in the centre of the line.
That was a better idea instead of putting it into a bad light.
On the inside to sit a couple of lengths off the leader. So the leader is Tropicus with a bit of an arrowhead up the middle of the field, leading by 2 lengths.
Can you beat that?
Second place, Jolly Star Flying for Fun, Jetterbill. Giga Kickers behind those horses. Then Libertad Cabela. Second last in the race is Magic Time with Benedetta at the tail of the field. And gradually the entire field coming up towards the outside fence. At the 600 metres, Tropicus in front 3/4. 2 in second, Jolly Star. Wider is Jetterbill. Behind them, Flying for Fun, Cabela's. Then came Libertad, who's trying to stoke into the race. Giga Kick waited with Magic Time behind him, and Benedetta trying to wind up. It's the widest of all as they reach the 250. Jolly Star lets down Magic Time, and Giga Kick coming through. Libertad scrapping away, and Benedetta the outside of the clock tower, taking the lead. Magic Time with Giga Kick.
1-7. Can you believe that? That is a 6-year-old mare. 1-7-6.
1-7-6 across the line, and the wet trackers have stood up. Giga Kick at $3.95 for Mark
176.
Win of the Melbourne Cup Carnival. Another Group 1 just manages to save off magic time. But you know what? Take the sting out of the
You were right about that 5.
She's learned to win for Giga Kick. It's just been too brave late. And then Jolly Star, who was up there before the bullocking workers from third.
I know we lost the colt before the race.
Brilliant, Vishwa. I was up.
I was switching between. I said, oh, so actually, Magic Time's gone, no way, Giga's going to come back here. Great race. I'll say the top two across the line, the third two across the line, they both had cover. Jolly Star couldn't get cover at any stage of the race. I think halfway through, James McDonald thought, well, I'm just going to have to improve it outside the lead because I haven't got cover here anyway. It was the two standing behind Giga Kick and Magic Time. Sort of paired off.
So what happened? That 7 was a 6-year-old mare. That was the highest actually out of other than these two. It still played high pressure, low pressure. 1-7 than that. So 1 was a class. 1 was a class. It's not that it was the only class, but that was a class. Anyway, that happened. 115, 5-year-old mare, 6-year-old. That's a 6-year-old gelding. This is a 6-year-old mare. And that 5-year-old mare lost with J-Mac. Okay, we'll do this one. This one is 1600 meter. This is okay. This is like what? Group 1. Ten has been scratched. We have scratched 10. 1, 7, 2, and 9. Who is that? 1, 7, 2, and 9. Mr. Brightside. Mr. Brightside, pride of Jenny, when all that. Mr. Brightside. So where is Atoman? What Atoman? Mr. Brightside is Atoman's horse. Mr. Brightside is Atoman's horse. Mr. Brightside is with Craig Williams. 8, 39. So Mr. Brightside is definitely the class. It has the physics. It has the thing to do that. Here one went through with the class. So this Mr. Brightside is the class. There are others as well, but they are falling apart from this 8, which is at 99. But the problem is the same with 7 and 8, 7 and 9. So that will not work. That will not work. Then we have an 87, which is a 4-year-old horse, which is here. Lake Forest. So, who is your So last time when we raced with these two horses, all right, one Jenny and then Mr. Brightside, it was some diva stake, and Mr. Brightside knocked out Jenny. Jenny did not win, and Mr. Brightside won, and it looked almost the same. Okay, it looked almost the same. About this 9, which is the linear, it has the same thing, which is there. It is at a 50%, almost 48, 50% on leverage, and it raised 2 weeks ago. So that is not enough. You need a vacation on this. It has a jock, that is for sure. It has a jock. The best jock probably is on 9. All of them are all dedicated jocks. So it is a bad thing, actually. I mean, honestly, 8-year-old geldings and 8-year-old mares racing, it is more of an exhibition race. But anyways, I think it's between these two horses only. 1 and 7. One will win, one will not. Numbers are looking good for Jenny, definitely. It is looking very good. It's a low pressure horse with a very heavy weight. So the numbers are with this 8-year-old mare, but logically, if I ask this question to myself, that over a 1600 meter, will an 8-year-old mare win? It doesn't matter what it has done in the past. It doesn't matter what it has done in the past. Will an 8-year-old gelding win? And I put my stake on 8-year-old gelding or 8-year-old mare, and then I clap my hands and wait that 8-year-old gelding is going to win, wherein there are 5-year-old geldings, a 4-year-old mare, a 4-year-old horse. They are all going to sit there, do nothing, watch. Do I want to do that? The numbers are very good with Jenny, which is the 8-year-old mare, but it is still an 8-year-old mare. Mr. Brightside has beaten Jenny in the previous race where they were together. So, I mean, whoever wins. What is the worst that can happen in this one? And what is the best that can happen in this one? The best that can happen in this one is Mr. Brightside winning. Mr. Brightside winning with the management, with the jock, its previous history, its class, all that. Mr. Brightside wins. And the worst is 9 winning, because that is the linear. I mean, these races are good to watch. These races are not something that, I mean, you want to cheer for it? Brilliant. Cheer for it. It'll look nice. It'll feel good that Mr. Brightside won. It's a brilliant horse. Or Jenny won. She is a brilliant horse. But getting involved, that is a personal choice. That is a personal choice. And depends on your stakes, depends on your capability to absorb hits and misses. So that all depends on that. So yeah, the numbers are, I mean, logically, with class, with leverage, with pressure, one wins. Then it falls here with the rating. So 1, 7, 2. Then they have 2. They completely forgot about the 9. The 9 is not even there in the game, which is fabulous. But we will watch that. I mean, whatever is your preference, you know what these horses are. We have raced them. Last time, Brightside won. Jenny came second. And then there was something, Eliana. Eliana came third. Today, Eliana is not there. This horse is here. So it is just an exhibition to show that, it's a strategy. Why? Because it doesn't look like a strategy also. If this was a horse, I could still believe that it is a strategy on that horse because of the breeding. But this one is a gelding. It is not there to breed. So this one is like that. If you want to believe that this will win, good. If you want to believe this will win, that is also good. Both of them are very good horses. There's a lot of history behind these two horses. They're probably the best two horses in Australia at this point of time, apart from Viva Sistina, who's in the next race probably. So that's how they look like. I thought I'll be able to do this one. Jenny, where is Atoman? let's get Atoman. Atoman said last time that, as far as I remember, Atoman said that Mr. Brightside is hands down the best horse in Australia, and it actually won. And he said that this concludes the war between Jenny and Mr. Brightside. I said, no, this is not the last race they're going to race together. There are going to be others. And we will see how those works. So today is one of those days when Jenny and Mr. Brightside is together again. And I don't know. They're all fabulous. I mean, I'm not trying to demean their, I'm not trying to disrespect them. I'm not trying to demean their performances that they have done in the past. I'm not trying to do that. But I'm talking about the present day. They are 8-year-olds. 8-year-olds. How long they can keep going? And how long are they going to be pushed? Rosal.
Nash has got a good grip on Mirabelle Rose at the 800. 3/4 to Arctic Glamour. Then came Counts, the American mare well positioned by Marrera. Half the outside to Snow in May. Mystery Beatty's off the track. Dark Glitter pushing through on the rails from Coco Jambu. Bohemia 6 off the leaders last of all. Mirabelle Rose at the 500. In front from Arctic Glamour. Then Counts on the inside of Snow in May. Right around is Mystery Beatty as they straighten up now. Mirabelle Rose behind the ball by Arctic Glamour. Snow in May starting to run home okay. Further back to Pounce. Down the outside Bohemia. No one likes Joyce for her today. Arctic Glamour in front of the 150. She's a length in front. Bohemia's closing in. Arctic Glamour just in front of Bohemia. It's Arctic Glamour gripping on from Bohemia. Arctic Glamour on the hot days by a Bohemia. Snow in May third. Mirabelle Rose fourth. Further back to Dark Glitter, Coco Jambu. Then came Pounce. And Miss Rubini covered a bit of ground, but she's weakened out to finish last.
Tom Sherry's having a good day.
Eagle Farm is a long straight. Eagle Farm is about 450 or 30, 40, something on those lines. Raving is a bad idea at Eagle Farm. Sorry, Rosal.
Good luck to you for the rest of it.
Rosal is 408. Sorry. Rosal is 408 meters. But still, it's a bad idea. Why would you want to rave a favorite like that? Eight Ascot. 2,200 meters. What is that horse, Vishwa? No. Once. No, 312. 312.
Drama dodger. What happens about here, that patch of grass where they made the repair there, I didn't get a quick look at that. Grafter Burners, you're on top of here. Joyce, we're going to move on. Smart Gold resuming off a trial win.
Yeah, Smarto, thanks for that. Look, the punters have come for him too. I was a little bit put off just with the upgrade to a firm 2 and the way the track's been racing today, because Grafter Burners tends to get back and flood home as he did in his lead-up trial, but it's just not the way to win races here today. So keep that in mind if you open the dive into Grafter Burners. I've been a little put off just by the pattern of racing today and that upgrade to a firm 2. But I didn't want to change my numbers, Marto, because he came in and paraded so well. I think Corey Sutherland and Shelley Streeter will put their heads together and they'll be keeping Grafter Burners as close as they can to the speed here, because there is good pressure and there'll probably be even more pressure with all of the jockeys sort of trying to get to the front. So that still might be able to overcome that and get home over the top of them here, Grafter Burners. We won't take him off the top spot. He's too good a horse. He's the best horse in the race. That's why he's got the big weight. Number 8, Little Fella, certainly lives up to his name. He's only a little horse, but he's 2 from 2. He's light on his feet. He's quick. He's got no weight. He'll be there for a long way. The 3 Royal Mover looked great in the yard. He's the one I would have almost promoted. Every start he's had today's been on a good track. He threw the race away last time. Otherwise, he'd be 3 from 3 coming into this race today. But just Greenness beat him last start, apart from Little Fella getting up on the inside late. Number 4, Champagne Lane. Well, she's 2 from 2. She's the obvious leader here from a wide gate. But I just think we're going to see a lot more pressure than expected with the way this track's playing. So interesting race coming up, a very deep race form-wise. We'll stick with the best horse in the race for Grafter Burners.
And it's attracting interest everywhere. 460 into 420 late, back to 440 with the bookies. Best back though, Little Fella. 235 to 240, back into 220. Sandwich between those 2 Royal Mover. 330, 350, back to $3.40. The best back, Little Fella, overcame traffic to make it 2 from 2 last time out. Now drops 3 kilos. No weight on the back, Joyce.
Yeah, exactly. Lines up again against Royal Mover, which also drops in weight. So moves Royal Mover 1.5 kilos worse at the weights for that last clash. And Royal Mover had Little Fella beaten cold last start, but just ran out under no pressure. So must have seen something on the infield or maybe got tired. There's no real explanation to why Royal Mover ducked off the fence and opened the door for Little Fella last start. But with the weight turnaround today, not getting to him out of the yard, Royal Mover certainly gets the tick over Little Fella there.
Start of the main quantity. Quickly scan that QR code, which is on screen. Brady Dixon's number straight into the bet slip. Get a 50% bets in, or boosted bonus bets if it wins. Start the quantity with David.
As soon as Grafter Burners moves in, we'll be set for action in race 7. First run back for the winner, goes in, there's the light. Ready to break, race 7, Eagle Farm, they're off. Little Fella off the inside began well, Royal Mover began nicely. There's Grafter Burners showing good early speed. He'll lead Grafter Burners. Ave Cantari was next. They're followed by another Cashy. Champagne Lane, don't know what happened at the get-go there, but it's back second last and High Barbie is last of all. So the map completely different to what most thought at the 800 metres. Grafter Burners in control, 3/4 to Ave Cantari. Now Little Fella and Royal Mover, 3rd and 4th racing together, following the lead pair. 2.5 to another Cashy in clear air, and High Barbie and Champagne Lane, second last and last. Travelling up to the turn, 500 left to run, and Grafter Burners will turn into the straight narrowly in front from Ave Cantare. Royal Mover about to peel 3 wide. Little Fella shoots up to the inside if good enough. Another Cashy pull to the outside. Then High Barbie and Champagne Lane. The leader though was Grafter Burners. He's going well. Little Fella on his course. Royal Mover still running on, but Ave Cantare. Grafter Burners. Can he see it? First up, can he see it out? Well, easily. Look at Grafter Burners. Straight to the lead and straight to the line.
Joyce on top of lays $4.50 and $2.70 and puts them away with ease back with a bang grafted earners and Eagle Farm. The seventh event at Flemington is the second of the Group 1, so this is the Champions Mile as we head straight to Benway James Jordan with J.O. Wolf's trainer Joe Pride.
It was just so brilliant and nice, undeniably. So thanks very much, Martin. Jump right on, so you don't know where he is. What do you want? We brought him over from New Zealand a few years ago, but the longest flow ride he's had in the last couple of years is probably going to Rimwick. So, he seems to have coped really well with it. No horses like in these conditions today. I've had a few girls screaming at me over the fence. Oh, you'll love this. No horse loves this. One just likes it a little bit more than the others. So, he's good in the wet ground. Probably the most difficult thing about today is just the cold and the wind as well. It'll play havoc out there. So, but horses in great shape, you run well.
From a map perspective, we're seeing this train that's been very fair, probably covers it by premium. Around the circle, if they slip away with that southwest, it's been hard to make ground. Are you worried about Jenny and maybe Brightside being forward and having a start to make points?
Yes, but our plan is to get off the speed. So we're hoping to maybe be a pair closer today. If you're going to be running with 3 or 4 horses behind us in a 9-horse field, I'll be delighted. You've got a couple of Royal Fancy runners. We're on to go 1. In the ninth Bandit Road Sills, you're weeping woman, that's the taxation.
7 and 2.
I think taxation will end up the best horse. We're not betting on the future, we're betting on today. She's very talented. I normally don't mind having. I'll say taxation, but don't underestimate weeping woman. The kid thing will take it under advisement. Thanks very much, Joe. And best of luck as well. It's been great.
Lee, what is there to like? There are 8-year-old mares and geldings, Lee. I don't like any of them. I better watch. It's a lot of exposure, Lee, on this one. Lot of exposure on this. I mean, it's a good watch, but
he thinks Mr. Brightside enjoys the wet more than Jenny does, so he's got things to suit, he'll go close.
Came across the 2 and on to the 3, which is Pericles.
that one is favorite. It's an 8-year-old gelding. And people think that this horse doesn't even exist. Then it is Jenny. The 2 is this one with a low pressure, but here there are lowers. This is that. God knows what will happen.
So it wouldn't shock me, but I can't be doing it. How does this race set up for Jenny, who'll be, again, one of the most popular runners in the race? The first liner is the key for her. If they leave her alone and she can get it cheap enough, she's having to stretch them mid-race, but she doesn't want to stretch them out of the gates from the start. And that comes about by either some pressure from the front or
she doesn't want to miss the start from the gates.
She'll run well.
And she's an 8-year-old mare. She's almost
was actually quite good. So I'd say she probably
6. 6 is a EW anyway. It is a very low pressure horse. But I don't think all 6 is low pressure, but it also is one of the worst horses. 6 is low pressure, but it is also one of the worst. There's a jock. It is also one of the worst. What will happen here? It's got a class. At one point of time it was very good, but now it is not. This is 98, this is 99 with a low pressure on a 5-year-old mare. It feels like these horses do not even exist, and everything is about Jenny and Mr. Brightside.
In terms of, my numbers are 2, 1, 7, and 8. I've still got it on top, but if I could bet halfway in the run and he was within
8 is that 5-year-old mare
chance, just worry he's a little bit
with a low pressure 99. Still more than Brightside.
Mr. B, Jenny, Charles,
This is an exhibition race. I mean, but the question is, where is Atoman?
Can't wait for this one. This is a beauty.
9.
Champion smile.
Probably that will not happen, Dawes. This is an exhibition. There's some reason for this race, which at this point of time I don't know. It is definitely benefiting someone. How it is benefiting?
Holds them. Movement out wide. Racing now. Pretty good line. Chow Wolf got a good start. Treasure the Moment began quickly but dug up immediately. Pride of Jenny. So the leader Treasure the Moment, but Pride of Jenny is right there. Mr. Brightside looking to get across. Chow Wolf keeps in wide at the moment. And then came Steffi Magnetica. Pericles, Lake Forest, Von Hawkins to party is last in the early stages. So with 1,200 metres to go off the rails, Pride of Jenny is the leader from Treasure the Moment. Mr. Brightside as Pride of Jenny does what Pride of Jenny does and goes to the lead 2 lengths in front of Treasure the Moment, Mr. Brightside, and they string out. They were followed by Chow Wolf in 4th place. 2 for the baggers, Steffi Magnetica. They were followed well back in the field as they come towards the halfway marker at the 850 metres by Pericles, and then came Lake Forest, Von Hawkins to party. So it's Pride of Jenny, 4 lengths, Treasure the Moment, a similar gap, Mr. Brightside dug up already. Then Chow Wolf as Pride of Jenny is spreading them here. Coming around the home corner, the 600 metres, Pride of Jenny stuck to the fence, Treasure the Moment, Lane brings her to the middle of the course, and then came Mr. Brightside, 4 lengths off them from Chow Wolf, Steffi Magnetica, and back behind them Pericles. Pride of Jenny hard up against the fence, and Treasure the Moment there together. 300 metres to go. It is stamina snapping. Then came Chow Wolf joining in, and Pericles under the arches. Pericles takes the lead at the 200 metres, going with Chow Wolf. Pericles at the Pericles, Chow Wolf coming back. Chow Wolf off the canvas, and Pericles, Chow Wolf. Chow Wolf, all Pericles in a photo. It's going to be a photo finish, and they were followed by Steffi Magnetica. Back behind those horses then was Treasure the Moment, in company with Mr. Brightside, Pride of Jenny, Von Hawks to party, and Lake Forest.
2 and 3, 3 and 2 to my eye. You've always got to elevate the inside horse. The 2 being Chow Wolf, absolutely off the canvas if he's been able to win. Would make it back-to-back Group 1 successes. He's done so. Will be a little bit
2 and 3.
It will be Chow Wolf that takes it out for Joe Bright. 22 Group 1s for Joe now. For Jan Schofield,
2 and 3.
won back in 2013.
Then 8.
That is Group 1 success for Chow Wolf, a 4th Group 1. That was one
Boom, 2 wins. Yes.
the last 2 finishes have been on these off the canvas.
I'll show why I do.
Because the race shaped us. It was such a strange one because Prodigy didn't bounce, she didn't lead, and when she got crossed in the first probably 50 metres, on Treasure the Moment, she looked at you and thought she's in trouble now. It changes things. There was just a ladder leading up to her. It was much easier for those horses that settled midfield to pick him off one by one. Mr. Brightside was almost first beat, and Treasure the Moment loomed as if it was going to be right in the finish, but it was Cheer Wolf behind.
2, 3, 8.
Back of Cheer Wolf was Pericles, and at the 150 there was no betting.
2, 3, 8.
Cheer Wolf just fought back. It was so strong late in the King Charles. We saw it again here that last 100 metres. Whipping the left. Thank God he had a strong left, Chad Schofield, because it was really important to be able to get out the horse and offer encouragement without having to.
So finally, the 2. That was a 5-year-old gelding, okay? It was a 5-year-old gelding. That was a mismatch, but still going through because, I mean, how wrong things can go. How wrong things can go. It is a mismatch if it was like, and that 8, that is 99. This is 98. 2, 3, 2, 3, 95. Had a class, this one. So what happens in these kind of, I mean, see, there is a vested interest in this, okay? Somebody is gaining out of this. That someone we have no clue of. Who is gaining out of this? But this is a race which is here for a reason, and that reason is that so that you and I don't win. Okay? So that we go wrong. And why it is designed like this is because there's definitely a you know. So why do I say that? The thing is, if you look at the race, okay, they want me to believe or you to believe that Mr. Brightside with that 8-year-old gelding is going to win with that kind of a shape. They want us to believe that this one is going to win, which is an 8-year-old mare. Then they put this one, which just ran 2 weeks ago, was a bad idea. It needed a vacation. It had a jog, but 2 weeks, 50% is a bad idea. And then there are those younger horses. This was a 99. Still better than this one. This one was a class. So what happened is, that did not happen. Okay? That did not happen. And this was way beyond its class. That's about 47. This was a misfit. I did not have a confidence on this one. Why? Because this generally needs to drop here. The 2 generally needs to drop here. It needs to come to, when it is 4-figure, you're looking at anywhere between 2 to 7, 8 at the tops, 9% here. But this was at 22. But if you look at what is it, racing against, it is firstly racing against those 2 8-year-olds. Then this 4 is out of its league. I mean, this 9 is out of its league. There's a pressure. I tried, and then this is a 6-year. The 4 drops 87. This is 84, 83. How will those things work? They will not work. This is very difficult to believe that they will work. So, my take is this, that when you have these kind of exhibition races, it's ideal to stay out. These are I mean, if you think logically, why would you want to risk it on an 8-year-old gelding or an 8-year-old mare? Why would you want to risk it over a 1600 meter? Why? Do you have any reasons? I don't have any reasons. I stay out. These are catch. These are the catch. Now we come to vivacity. That is another one. Ten, 6, 1, 2. And look at those numbers, okay? This is 119. This is 116. 7-year-old mare. Still younger. And they're almost the same age apart from this one, which is a 4-year-old mare here, which is going to run neutral. So that probably is not the thing. So there is no calculation. Whatever calculation you do, this thing is this thing. That is 116. You take out the difficulty, it will become 113. That's all that will become. The linear is here, which is 9, which has a jock, So even if we believe that this is 196, but not in a great shape, this is the worst one. 9. This is the worst one. 68, 71, 91, 92, 91, 19. It'll run neutral, not work. 6, 4. They have stayed out of the neutral. Wise decision. Staying out of the neutral. So if that's that, then result 62, grade number 6. This is 8, 2. See, this is large. Oh wait, I'll just put it rightly. So these two are drifts, okay? That was a bad coloring. So this one is here, like it drops, but this one did not drop. So I was not very sure what will that do. So it probably is 10 and 2. It probably is 10 and 2. This one is at 71. This is not good. This is 93. So it's probably between these two horses. And then if the pressure kicks in, the 6, and then it again drops here. Now the question is, can we ignore the 9, which is the linear? I think yes, because the 9 is not in a great shape, but it is being ridden by Melham, who's probably the same jock who won the thing. Yes. So 9 has the world's best jock as of today. 10 is with J-Mac. J-Mac has a long history, but it is a 7-year-old mare. So we are completely... It's not in a state. It's not in a state. If we look at the FR, it's the last. How will that go anywhere is what I don't know. This is... Forget it. It will not happen. About Viva Sestina, J-Mac is on, but it is still a 7-year-old. 2 is probably next with that advantage. 93 at that advantage. Then if it neutrals, I don't know what that neutral will do, but if you look at these two horses, the 4 and the 6, okay, the 4 and the 6, both are 92. This one is on pressure. This one is on pressure. If you look at the jockey, 4 has a better jock. Either both of them will not get there. That's one thing that might happen. Or the 4 will be there. Then the 1 is another low pressure. So the 6 is the one in question. Okay, the 6 is the one in question. Why 6 is the one in question is because 6, to get anywhere, it is competing with these two horses. Here the jockey doesn't matter because it is a low pressure. Here also the jockey doesn't matter, but it is a better jock. This is a dicey one. The 6 will go through is the question. And then it falls here with a pressure, which is a 91. But that is also a neutral, 11. So that's a very far-fetched thing. Whether that will happen, not happen, God knows. But the 6 is definitely in question. Why? Because if they're 92, then obviously 4 has advantage. If they're 92, then obviously 4 has advantage. But 4 is running neutral. And this one from gate number 6, it's a good pressure from gate number 6. We'll see how it works. But looks like the other pressure which is here is not in a shape. Okay? It's not in a shape. It's like them. It's worse than them. It's not in a shape to get there. And 293.8 is an advantage that will work. So these two horses are definitely dicey. This is a neutral. Neutrals, God knows, at times they get there, at times they don't get there. This one gets into trouble. Why? Because of this neutral. If this is 92, this is 92, this has advantage. And then this one is again a neutral. That is something that is very intriguing. Because that is, so the day I said this is 0, 0. So let's say eleven is, oh man, it is the last. It is the third last. Oh no, probably no. I don't know, but it is an intriguing horse. I'll tell you why. So these two are in trouble. Okay, they will have to fight it out. They will have to fight it out. Whoever wins, maybe that's one of the things that will happen there. But in that case, 4 has advantage because 4 is with advantage with the same FR. But then this is very high. And a 6-year-old gelding from gate number 6 with that, and this is a 4-year-old mare. So yes, this thing is a check. This might actually, looking at the current situation, these two, I don't know what will happen here. Both are 92. In that case, 4 has advantage. But 4 doesn't have enough advantage to beat 2. Plus, it is a neutral. So if that's that, a 6-year-old gelding with 56 and a 62, and a 4-year-old gelding with a low pressure, so definitely that becomes a check. That's a very far-fetched thing. This may happen, may not happen. That's not the thing. But the numbers are with Viva Sistina. I'm still okay. It is they're all like 6-year-old, 7-year-old. All of them. The young horse, which is here, the youngest, these two horses are very questionable. This is a 4-year-old gelding, not in a great shape. It is not in a great shape. So that is not the problem. The 11 has some upsides, but then the class will play on 2. And if the class plays on 2, then Viva Sistina is cleaned. Why is it like that? Because if we look at all these 3 horses, all right? These 3 horses. Forget about the 1 now. Well, the 1 is a very low pressure, but lower than that is this one. This is a 90 and this is a 93. If you look at these, they are all class horses, okay? They're all class horses. These two are same. What will happen here, God knows. What will happen, whether the 4 will get there or the 6 will get there, is God knows what will happen. And that is why this this one with a low pressure, because that is very high. Okay, on 9 for that is very high. This is a 4-year-old mare with a low pressure. This is high. They are going to be in what they call it a ding dong battle. They are going to be in a ding dong battle, and what they will do, God knows. God only knows. And if they both fail because of that ding dong battle, then the 11 opens up. But 10 looks like is the thing. And this thing is very, I mean, there's no such here what was happening. Here, it is a cloudy, they're both 8-year-old. Okay? There were no, apart from this 8, and they were not there in the game. But there are more horses here. And these two are, oops. These two are questionable. These two, both of them are very questionable. Both of them are 6-year-olds. And then, this is borderline. This is borderline. This is borderline. And then one definitely is there. Oh, this is a good arrangement, because that's a thing. This is also a good arrangement. To all of those are good, but the 11 is a check. I think it's between these two horses. Two. That's a lot of advantage. It's a 6-year-old gelding, but that's a lot of advantage from gate number 3. That is anyway the EW. This one is not in a position today. Probably. Let's see how it works. Two weeks ago, the 10 made all young horses and Muni Valley in order to make it look like they were on our Viva Sistina. Man, Viva Sistina is given a red carpet here. Viva Sistina has been given a red carpet. If there is anything called a red carpet, that is given to Viva Sistina. If that's the constitution of the race, then I feel bad for Jenny. Jenny should have also gotten the same advantage as Viva Sistina. Yeah, but now it feels, I feel bad for, Jenny, that Jenny did not have the same advantage as Viva Sistina. Jenny should have been given this race, and Viva Sistina should have been put into the previous one. That would have been fun to watch. There's practically nobody else apart from Viva Sistina. The rest, everything is a hope. It's going to be Eagle Farm and then Flemington. I'm going to be back in a jiffy from the washroom before the Flemington.
In the market, but she's just the best horse in the race. She's the most lightly raced horse in the race, and she's coming good at the right time. So look, I think we've just got to stick with her and hope that CJ Graham can keep her close enough to the action to get through late. We've also probably got to hope that a few of the other jockeys overdo it, trying to get to the front and apply a little bit more pressure than they perhaps should to set it up for a late, because she's going to love a mile at Eagle Farm. She was over a mile at Doomben last start. She hit the lot better than anything. Certainly coming across the road to Eagle Farm should soon. She's never raced here before, but she screams Eagle Farm horse to me. Number 4, Ruval, looks terrific. Beat home Margot's deal last start. There is a swing at the weights against Ruval today, but Jai Williams shuffs on with a claim, so that'll help Ruval. And for Aiden Gray, 13 for Nom. Now, here's it's a strong mile. She's group placed at a mile, so she should be cherry ripe here third up. She looked good in the yard. And number 3, Perfect Play round there, the first 4. Just a horse that comes into the race well under this set weight scale. So 16, 4, 13 and 3. We'll back to 16, but I reckon play the Quailers with the other tips.
Margot's deal 280 into 250 last 15 minutes with bookies. Best back to beat at Ruval, 550 into $4.60. Spec to 480. Thick, hard and fast on the third line is 480 into $5. What's your read on horse 15? Third run today for Mark Curry. Ex-Victorian was with Andrew Bobbin. Drops to the class 6 placing, back to a class 3 today.
Yeah, definitely the last one I had to chop from the numbers, and I am a bit worried about Think Hard and Fast, because the lovely racing style for this track today can go forward. We haven't really ticked the mile box as such, coming off a 13.50 run last start, but I would expect, looking at the pedigree, So You Think being the sire, I think we can assume the mile won't be a problem for Think Hard and Fast. So certainly the one I left out that I'm most concerned about, mate.
I think it is 650 and solid on the next line with the bag winner, then 550 and to 750 bits off for Perfect Play. If you're after a roughie, Ballet Princess is $31.41 back to $31. And Tajabol, very soft early, 18 to 41, firmly back into $31. So Margot's deal going well for Jason Edwards, ex-Kieran Marr galloper, 90 race 4-year-old man.
Yeah, definitely, Marto. The most likely race horse in the field, which is what you look for in these sort of set weights races. You want horses on the up. We're only at a class 3. So a lot of these horses sort of hit that class 3 and they're struggling to get out of it. Whereas Margot's deal, only 1 win from 5 starts, but did beat better horses than Maidens when she won her only start. She won a No Metro in Saturday race. So she's just that up-and-comer that you look for in these sort of races. Obviously, punters are jumping all over her. I'd just beware the racing pattern of the day. We said it in the last. Of course, they sent Drafted Burners to the front. As soon as Drafted Burners got there, it was on Eating Street. But there's no way in the world Margot's deal has to speed to lead them here. So we are going to have to hold our breath a little bit and just hope for things to work out.
Got a riderless horse here. Horse number 10, Medical Autocrat. Maybe the attention of a farrier. I can see the farrier behind the start point. So we're going to delay here at Eagle Farm. Meanwhile, the third and final Group 1 is the feature, the Tap Champion Stakes from Flemington. BS16 on the favourite, 155 and 180 back to 1.
All right, I'm back.
Pierre, the Kiwis attracting good interest to beat it for Ethan Brown. $12 into $8.
3.
Kitten went up at 950, late 850 back out to 950. And Sam Bardo for Tyson Kent and Jamie Mellon. $16 into $11 is attracting interest as well. And heads up the rest. And how much else?
Here's 3. 3 is from gate number 2. Has physics.
Checking quickly with David at Eagle Farm.
Has class. It looks like that. This is good. That's the largest outer. Okay. That is the largest outer. But for this to work, this had to work.
You've explained the betting well and truly here, Margot.
The 9 had to work.
We wanted to see a move.
The largest outer can work only if the linear primarily works.
It's been a good betting race, a strong
But
betting race. Ruval at 440.
if you ask me, it has a physics. It's a low pressure. It is not a bad horse, but
$5.
it's not
$8.50 to $6.
in a state
Perfect Play's one that's soft. $6
to do wonders.
But whilst Margot's deal
If you're expecting wonders out of it,
there's been
That
good backing for Ruth
is a lot of exposure that you're trying to do.
So Margot's deal, she's only lightly raised. She's untapped, I feel. She created not a unique situation.
There's a jock.
She doesn't have it too often.
There's a low pressure on that horse which matches. It's a match.
Leaves the Phillies and Bears benchmark 70, flew home to win.
It's a good match.
Delay there at Eagle Farm.
But it is not in a great state.
That goes to Sky Racing 2. And the final Group 1 of the 4-day Flemington Carnival is rapidly approaching the TAB Champions Stakes. James McDonald's ridden 3 of the last 4 winners. He's aboard Via Sistina here. Looking to defend it at a crown. Let's head to Ben Way and to James Jordan and a very special guest once again.
And Darren Weatherly, who's got me here. I get the impression, Darren, that some of your trips to Australia have been less than desirable. He has been absolutely fantastic in a few months here as well.
Absolutely, yeah. Like he's been here since May, really, so he's almost got a passport. And we started in Brisbane, 2 runs here, then Spelman, Queensland, which is good for Sydney and now Melbourne, so we're having a decent look at the country anyway.
Did you get to Spelman yourself in Queensland?
She books the tickets, unfortunately.
It's, it's not Queensland weather today. No. How do you feel as though it is going to handle this trip?
Look, well, I've no doubt in my mind that it'll handle the conditions. It's the only question mark for me is the first time 2,000 metres. So it's a great thing, but I'm kind of wishing if I had another horse like this, we could have been in the mile. But it is what it is. We're around the start now, so we just have to work for the best.
I think the way you ride him, does he have to be sort of curled up any longer than you ordinarily would?
Look, I'll just leave it at Ethan. He's been the pilot.
R13 will give 16 ahead. Eagle Farm.
Mistake yet, so there's no use me interfering now. So I'll leave it up to him and just hopefully he's fit enough on the day.
The way this track seems to be playing, you can definitely lead and win. It's really hard to come from the very back. Do you think he'll fit enough? Do you feel the slight base selection should run?
I would imagine being first time, I'd imagine he'd begin and put himself in the first half of the field. Definitely.
You're obviously a sustainer. She's one of the best we've had here for quite some time. Do you feel as though she needs to have an off day and you need to have a great day, or do you feel as though you're really one on the rise?
No, you're 100%. I've seen versus myself. And look, I certainly didn't show Pierre the best bet anyway. I didn't know why she was in the field. So we're just hoping she has a bad day.
Okay, all right. Best of luck to you. We're doing cheering for that in a straight way, but I think Pierre's going to run a great race. Thanks for being here.
Cheers for doing this.
Thank you. It's great to see what a couple of horses back in 2022, but they clubbed to this thinking that wasn't worth it.
9 is very, very weird. 9 is... I don't know what will it do.
Nothing but his truthful thoughts.
There's no sound.
I feel like she's a chance of getting big. So I thought, that's sort of the lens I put on. I said, she's not right for the bidding, but the Costway didn't rate as well as she can go. I think it's heavy track. She's going to be.
Can you hear me? Which one? Can you hear me?
She is a bit violent. I'm not going to beat to beat her. It's really hard to settle on something to beat her. So I'm going to push it around.
Can you hear me now?
Her on top. I mean, Tom Kibble might get a little bit further back than I would have liked, but he gets through the wet. Light infantry,
Okay.
I'm not sure he gets through the wet.
The volume is low.
Here, we're in the right spot. Midfield gets through the wet, but the query is 2,000. And then you're looking at horses like Golden Path, who's not hopeless, but he's just to say it on paper for him to beat the centre, I'm not sure. The roughie in the race, I would probably have something on his Cobalika. Damien Lane's ridden a horse 4 lengths last year.
Visual's phone is not deaf. Probably the volume on the screen is very low from the broadcasters.
Initially it was the Melbourne Stakes, then the McKinnon, which is how we sort of came to know after the race. In 1937, the McKinnon Stakes was formed, and that was on Derby Day for the last run. After 2016, it shifted to the final day, and as of 2022, it changed to be the Champions Stakes. Now, last year, I stood here alongside Irrefutable and James McDonald. of dominance this year from James, but potentially huge moments still beckons for him. So can Fiat make it back to back in the $3 million Group 1 Tab Champion Stakes? Their final Group 1 of the Carnival. 5 Alan Kerr just milling around behind, most of them loaded as we head that direction.
Stina. Field set to go. Tab Champion Stakes. Ready to run. Starter has the button in hand and they're racing. Light Infantryman was slow away. Benagil's going back with also Via Sistina. Alan Kerr bounced quickly in front of Piers Zambardo and Golden Path, followed by Attrition. Next, Tom Kitten, followed by Point King on the inside. Then came Kovalika, and behind that runner Via Sistina, Benagil, and Light Infantryman has gone back to the tail of the field after leading the Cops Plate his last in the Champion Stakes. So with 1,450 metres to run, Alan Kerr is going to take up the lead by about a length to Zambardo, and third is Golden Path. Next in the race is Pier outside of Attrition, and then Point King the fence. Next is Tom Kitten a little bit free, 3/4 of a length Kovalika, Benagil. Via Sistina is second last, Light Infantryman at the end at the 1,200 metres at Chiqueta Lodge. So it's Alan Kerr the leader by a length and a half. Second is Zambardo, third is Golden Path. They were followed by Pier, who's travelling well away from the rails. In between horses, Attrition. Tom Kitten had the back of Pier, then Point King. Next is Kovalika. Via Sistina is now three back on that three-wide train on the back of Tom Kitten, just starting about getting motivated. Further back, Light Infantryman and Benagil is at the tail of the field. So they are reached the 800 metres now. And the leader is Alan Kerr, just in front from Pier. Then two legs, Zambardo, Golden Path. Next, Tom Kitten. Via Sistina is just starting to get closer with Light Infantryman. They're not that far off the lead now, about 3 or 4 lengths as they run around the corner. They come to the middle of the course. So it's Alan Kerr from Pier. Zambardo back to the inside. Tom Kitten. Via Sistina getting nice and close with James McDonald down the outside at the 300 metres. Here comes the star, Via Sistina. She lets down from Tom Kitten, Pier and Zambardo. 400 to go. Via Sistina. 2 legs, Zambardo running the race from Pier and Tom Kitten. Via Sistina. 100 metres to go. She's got the class and she's got the legs, the stamina to win. Another star turn from Via Sistina. 3 legs. Zambardo, Tom Kitten, Pier. Then Light Infantryman. Attrition, Point King, Golden Path, Alan Kerr,
10-9.
on the top of the field. 10, 9, 1 and 6. Via Sistina has been the queen of Australian racing for years now. She gets another
10-9, 1 and 6.
She gets the double as she did last year. James McDonald, she said it's probably been a leaner carnival than he's probably been used to in recent years, but he loves this girl. Have a look at him there. He knows who's number one. In fact, both of them are 10 B-sides. Zambardo has run a quite well. 4 wins leading into this and was up in, I think, what's going to prove to be the non-preferred going there. The one Tom Kitten stole his third placing weight. He was 3 deep, no cover, was left just sitting short and has run enormously in the front.
It was a really good ride of the winner. How the Gacy elected to go back. I thought it was going to be hard for him. They haven't gone quick.
She was given a red carpet. That was a red carpet. If there is something called a red carpet, that is what it is. So what happened? 10 won. 2 did not get there. 10. The 9, that jockey, Melham, is good. But what will it do? It had the physics. It's not that it did not have the physics. It had the physics over a 2000 meter. But what will it do? But, I mean, she pushed that horse beyond limits today. And 1, which is the low pressure, and then 6. that is very difficult to assume that this will do anything. There was, practically speaking, there was nothing. There was nothing. There was nothing. I mean, this actually feels bad that Jenny did not have that, a red carpet. Jenny did not have that. Jenny is a low pressure horse, but this is a high pressure. We'll go to the last one. This is fish. This is on that 1100 meters. Check the odds. Huge scratchings, 148. Well, 1720. Okay. Six, 10, 11, and 9. So 6 is the linear, but that being the linear, that the pressure is also less on this. Okay, the pressure is also less. 3 is the second linear, which has high pressure but drops drastically. Also doesn't have a jock. The 10 that they're talking about, okay? The 10 has the highest leverage. But with that leverage, it also had to be something which is not a neutral. So I don't know whether the 10 will get there or do anything. These neutrals are very difficult to believe. Here the neutrals should get there. The neutrals they need a very very strong they need a very strong presence. They need a very strong presence, the neutrals. So I don't know whether this one, because if we look through the FR, that neutral is dropping where? Here. Okay. 57. It's not that it is the worst, but if we have to talk about that, then we also have to talk about this one. This definitely is difficult from gate number 14. With that is a bad idea, which brings in 19. It is from gate number 2. But the jock has never raced here. That's not a problem then. The jock has never raced here. It is a 0-0 here. So this track again, I am not very sure about this track. It's the 1100 meter. 6 is the favorite. 6 is the linear. Right? 6 is the linear. I don't know why 16 is not there, because 16 is a very high rated horse. 16 is not there. 16 also has a jock. But if we actually look through the thing, then oh, who is riding 7? Someone I don't know. Whether it's like that is very bad. Very bad. So here, that is definitely not a good prep. Plus that horse is in a bad state. So this is gone. The 3 is also not in a great state, but it has a huge pressure. It is like this one. 66 has a huge pressure, but not in a great shape. It is almost the same thing. Does that mean that it cannot get there? I don't know. Maybe. The 10 has a leverage, okay? The 10 has the highest leverage. That means it is the highest promoted horse. Now, with the highest promotion, comes the fact that it is a neutral. So neutral basically is not a great idea actually. Neutrals, I can't trust neutrals. That's one thing that is there, that whether it has leverage or it doesn't have leverage, it's a 10 is being written by somebody I don't know. That is there. Okay, so this is going to be on the straight. So gate numbers do not matter, by the way. It is going to be on the straight. So gate number, this is where it confuses me. It is on the straight. So gate numbers do not matter. Wherever they're coming from, they're coming good. So So there are two things. One is this, that so the VH is basically the handicapping scale. Okay. So the smaller it is, the higher handicap the horses are. Then comes the pressure on those horses. So 6 is the linear. It is high. It is the highest handicap. Okay. And 0 means that it doesn't have, it is a free will horse. It's a free will horse, which is which a free will horse is in, like this horse doesn't have advantage, but it also does not have handicapping. It does not have advantage, but it also does not have handicapping. Now, if we look at the ones which are with here green, all right, these are these horses. It's a 63, then it is a 52, then it is a 57, which is this one. All right. They definitely are DEWs, but for them to, actually deliver as an EW, they need to have the FR, which is not there. In this case, this is the highest FR. So that 16 is a check. I don't know why it is not there within the odds, but that 16 is a check. It is right here. Now, what are the possibilities that will happen? So firstly, this is a lot of high pressure. It's the second linear. It has the class, which is more than 6. It has pressure, which is more than 6, but it is not in a great shape. So let's say we don't talk about it. Plus, it doesn't have a jock who can handle that pressure. So that's gone. 11 is 28, which is here. Then 19 is a low pressure, but it is a 56. Almost the same. There's nothing. The question is the 10, all right? They're saying 10. They have 10 in the second position, but it is difficult to believe that the 10 will be the second position. 10 is being written by J. Childs. Why it is the second, I don't know. There's a leverage, but even with that leverage, there's a 57, there's a 59 up here with 28. how will that work as a neutral is something that I don't know. But from here, these are the top two class. All right. These are the top two class, 2, 3. These are the top two classes. They are better class. Then comes 6, 5 is then falls, 7 falls, then 9, 10, 9, 11, 10. So 5 and 7, they are like that. 3 and 2, they are like that. That's why they're not there. 6 is the favorite with that because it is a class. Okay. Then it went to 9, 10. Then it went to 10, which is here. Ideally, I don't know this if the 10 will deliver the second position. It doesn't look like. I mean, it's a thing that I don't prefer personally. The neutrals, if they get there, they get there. If they don't get there, they don't get there. But I do not have a very strong conviction. I've never had a very strong conviction on them, and I still don't know when they win and when they lose. Plus, this track is like that, but the explanation of the odd is like this, that these two are higher rated, higher class, but they are not in a form. This one is in a form. All right. Then it keeps going down. Then they are not in a form. Then this is how that is. So gate number doesn't matter, but that's how it is. 16 doesn't have a class. 16 doesn't have a class. 19 doesn't exist, probably. 16 doesn't have a class. But when we look at through our generally what we do, then the 16 is here and it is very high rated. So that's why I'm saying it is a check. All right. Because rest of the horses are very dicey. This one is the 10, which is a 63. The leverage is on 10. Because of the leverage and the promotion, if it at all gets somewhere, then it is a different question. But it's a very difficult thing to trust. It's a very difficult thing to trust, that 10. So 6 probably is the right odd. From the odds point of view. But being a linear, it doesn't have pressure. JMac probably is riding this. And it's not that JMac has done wonders today. So we'll see how it goes. The 6 should win and the 16 is a check. Melham is riding which one? 5. Hold on. Three. Yeah, so if that happens, see, the 3 is, like I said, so this is a higher class. Okay, this is a higher class. Has 3 is ridden by Melham? Grand Legacy. 9. No, that is Ben Melham. Who is the other Melham? J. 5. 5 is this one. I don't know, Arman. Very, very, very difficult to actually believe that this will actually work. Very difficult to believe that this will actually work. God knows. I don't. I mean, I don't. I don't know. Firstly, don't take my words, because this particular track, I do not have enough data to actually substantiate anything that I'm saying. This track, I need a lot more exposure. We need to do a lot more races on this particular track, on the 1100, 1200, and the 1000 meters, to get a basic idea of how this track behaves in terms of pressure and class. So that is something that we have to figure out, which I am not in the right light. So maybe you are right. Maybe that what you're saying is right. But I don't. If you ask me, I don't know. I have no clue. I can understand what is the odd on the. Why 6 is the favorite. I can understand that, but 5 will be there is something that is a very far-fetched thing that may happen, might not happen. But I know why the odds are on 6. Whether 6 will win, that's a different question altogether. Why? Because it is a linear and it doesn't have pressure. JMac is riding, and JMac has not done wonders today. This could go wrong in multiple ways. This thing can go wrong. You understand? This is good to see. It is the linear. It is up here, but the linear doesn't have pressure. Nor the linear is also doing, very good. So we'll see how it works. 5, 6, 7. God knows. Only God knows.
Will be to get the clear run.
For those after one at longer odds, Russian Alliance, horse number 9 for Emily Lane, is $14 into $12 and has had excuses both runs his preparation.
Well, I made my best value bet at Durban last start, Marta. When I went home, luckily I didn't have a cat, because she should have gone pretty close there, and she was big odds that day, and they backed her late. I wouldn't be shocked if she ran a good race today. She loves sort of fast, dry tracks, which is what she's got. She did sneak into my quaddie, even though she's not in my top 4 numbers. I wasn't going to let her get completely under the guard today.
But you're with Warby, and no weight on the back today, and flies here at the Eagle Farm 1400.
That's it. 7 starts here for 3 wins. Most of them on good tracks. Just does handle soft as well. Just an all-around performer. As we said, does get back and need a little bit of luck, but he's got a big finish on him when those breaks come. And no better than Anne Jones at the moment. She's riding great. So if she can just find the run when she needs it, I think we'll be right in the mix.
Looking a little gloomier now than it was.
Yeah, Smarto, I said I was no weatherman, but I can tell you, I don't think the rain will arrive before the last, so this is the second last, so I'll back myself there, but it's definitely started to cloud up a bit, but it hasn't been that hot, muggy, sort of stormy weather, so it'll come, but hopefully it comes well and truly after the last.
Closing in on the last at Flemington as well. Stolly Bolly is the favourite there. Number 6 at $3.30. Ballasteer is the $5 second pick. Sweethearted is $6, $8.50 for actuality, $9 for Yowdy. Completes them in single figures. We've got some late scratchings. Fission number 8. Sparkling number 12, Gracie's Rain number 13, Just Like Gabby number 15 are all late scratchings at Flemington. Let's check in with David at Eagle Farm.
8 Warby 480, 4 Navy on the highway, and 12 out of Macquarie $7. P7 goes in, potential leader. So about half a dozen to move up. Russian lines, the drover come up, the drover with a barrier blanket. And 4 runners out of line for the 9th here at Eagle Farm. Previous race run by Margot's Deal, a likely race there with well above average ability. Survived a protest. An ambitious one to say the least, but it was second against first, but it was dismissed. Now, Adam McCoray goes in. Navy on the highway will be the last runner to move up. Number 11, Sergeant Major, the tab fixed favourite of $3.40 for the open class handicap, 1,400 metres. There's the light. Field of 12, ready to break from the gates. Racing. Viminelli came out slowly. Warby wasn't well served at the start. Second last out. Pocketful won the jump, challenged by Sergeant Major. Russian Lions, and there goes T7. The natural speeds are going to the lead. Cranenborg fifth away in the first call. Navy on the highway is planted wide in midfield. And then McCoray, the drover inside that division, followed by Miss Jolene. Then Inver Park, Warby. And 2.5 out of McCoray, suited by the tempo, getting a good run. The drover lifts inside. This Jolene is deep. Then Warby. Cranenborg has lost ground in the middle part. Navy on the highway with a big task ahead from there. Ziminelli sneaky inside runs, and Inverpark whipped them in. All haste for home with Heath Heaven down below the 400 metres. This is the way he likes to race.
Where is the linear?
Getting balance misses coming after the leader. Sergeant Major and McCoy are starting to wind up, particularly out of
Yes.
McCoy.
Get in, baby. 12. 8. 12.
So it's 12 from 8. Photo required for third. Viminelli prominent. Emma Corey pays $7.20 and $2.40. Well, the curtain is about to fall on another wonderful 4 days of the Flemington Melbourne Cup Carnival. And we bring it home with the last on tap champion stakes no benchmark 80 over the 1,100 metres. 4 late scratchings down to a field of 12 for the last time of the carnival. They've done a sterling job midway, James Jordan.
Thanks, Marto. It feels like any good holiday. At the start of the first couple of days, you think this is never going to end. By the end of it, you think, where did that all go? It does feel like the last time ago that we were here on Derby Day, though, and there have been so many highlights across the way. We'll have a look at the market in 2 things for this next event. We have some well-supported gallopers in it, but a betting highlight for you across the 4 days of the carnival. Betting highlight probably New York Luster or Persian Spirit on a personal note, but it's not going to be shared by everyone. But anyone who followed you in have found winners across the 4 days. What about a racing highlight?
Stilling Strictly Business was the win of the week. That was phenomenal. Not just the storyline behind it, the unconventional approach to the way it won. You don't see too many oaks that you think, I'll follow that horse against older age horses down the track. I think it might be something special.
Okay, I think one of the stories of the carnival undoubtedly has to be Mark Tara. His own wins across the board. And Giga Kick was fantastic today. He added to his collection of Group 1. So Giga Kick in the Champions Sprint, Taurus in the Coolmore Stakes, Observer in the Victoria Derby, throw in Get a Good Feeling in the Wake for Warnie and the Damien Oliver Party Crash, a different rating. Surprise was fantastic as well. And he's lifted Giga Kick over the line there late against Magic Time. He has stamped himself as one of the best in the business. And a remarkable win. I think if I was to take any horse home from the carnival, it would be Centaurus. I know that it was bitterly disappointing to see him scratch today, but it was the right thing.
Absolutely. As soon as he went off, I thought you'd scratch him.
you wouldn't take any risks. He's just worth too much, whether you like it or not. He's just worth too much, and you will see him again, no doubt. I think they made the right call.
Do you have any other horses that you think are worth following out of the meeting?
There's a few. Black Hawk is out this week. Liberty, it's close to a win. I reckon Strictly Business and Classic Jim out of the Oaks. St. George, the Nova, she's an alibi, and I reckon your real Centaurus follow it too.
And the red one pudding, the grand final, parfait breakfast.
Leaving that alone.
Highly recommend. Stolly Volley at $3.40, our favourite here for the last last year, and Charles at $5, Sweethearted. Now, you have a slight query on Sweethearted.
Okay, now the 16 has come up here.
Have a look at a few of these.
6, 10, 11 and 16. 10, 11 and
It's been one of my horses, but I haven't got a spot for the numbers. It's got some sort of hope. I think it'll get through the wet okay, but I'm just a bit reserved.
Thoughts on Stolly Volley?
Solly Bolly seems to go right. If he wins, he's got to win late. He's got to sort of bomb in the last 100 metres. He's run 5 placings his preparation, so he's overdue for a win, but he's becoming a bit of a hard horse to follow. He's got 60 and a half. He draws the right part of the track and he gets through the win okay. But I think he's probably short enough early. He's getting out to 340. Look at him marked about 340, so I'm not against him now. He's drifted.
A couple of days ago, you found the Aldi and you tipped it. Well, everyone who would listen into this sort of price-wise, though, we're now sort of getting towards the bottom point, $8.50. At which point do you stop thinking value?
He's at $8.50. I wouldn't take any less than that, put it that way. But he's been well backed, which I like. I've made a case for him. I think the White Gate, I think the Claim, I think second up at 1100, he's going to run a big race. So I wouldn't drop off him. I think he's a great each way.
Okay. Peter Moody was on our coverage a little bit earlier today. He already had a winner across the carnival and still described actuality as his best across the 4 days. That, to me, I don't need a bigger push than that. But why do you feel he'd be so optimistic?
Well, I was glad to have him in the numbers when he said that. Look, the query for me was that he's having great little bit, but it's more his racing manners. She gets her head up a little bit. She looks a little bit, she's still a work in progress. So that was my concern. But hearing him say that she'll get through the wet, that's the other concern. That she gets through at home makes me think that she can run a big race. So I wouldn't talk about it backing actuality.
All right. $3.30 about our favourite now, and as you can see, JJ's on top selection there at the $8.50 mark at present. So Zahn with 8, Jamie Mellon with 3, including the Melbourne Cup, James McDonald with 3, a little quieter than we've been used to from him, but he did come the Group 1 Champion Stakes today with Via Sistina, Damien Lane with 3, Mary Williams, Alan Brown, they all picked up doubles. John Allen's when with Strictly Business, I agree with you, it was a remarkable training feat, and he doesn't get the credit he deserves for riding these young stayers. And you talked about how quickly he switched this horse off. He didn't ask anything of his horse until well down the Flemington straight.
I reckon there's half a dozen jockeys across the carnival, these 3-year-old staying races that could watch that replay and just hit home that the important thing is to do nothing on the middle and get them to switch off. But he needed that Johnny Allen because he's had a quiet the last probably month, so he needed a win on that, so really well timed for him.
Chad Schofield picking up the other Group 1, and they're being the Champions Mile earlier today with Jay Wilson Boyd, and he had to earn the riding fee there late. In terms of the trainers' ranks, a little quieter than we would expect from Chris Waller. Yes, he picked up the Champions Stakes with Via Sistina today. Only the 2 winners prior to that with Nova and Burma Star. Kieran Marr, the Group 1 Star Observer and Pride of Jenny, his highlights. This fella's a star as well. He's done a sterling job. It's not an easy job. There's plenty of pressure. Matt Hill has caught absolutely immaculately across the carnival. We know he's a star, and his star keeps rising as we head his direction for the final race of the Flemington Carnival for 2025.
The traditional ends, and it's a good betting race too, with 1.1 million in the tab pool. So it's a big grand finale as Chinqui, who's very speedy, comes up. So we've only got the last couple to get set. Last couple to get set for the running of race number 9. With scratchings, so we've still got a field of 12 to go. So $1.2 million in the tote pool here for the last. So it's a big grand finale. Hope you find the winner. It's been a pleasure. Set to run. Ready to go. They stand pretty well. A few no's from the jockeys. An attendant with Reach to Moore. Set. Racing.
Reached more away fairly. Grand Lastly out fast with Stolly Bolly. Latin Lover over on the far side. Also Balestier is pushing up at usual speed from Chinqui. Balestier led Chinqui. Grand Lastly followed by Cadigo. In the next line, Stolly Bolly, Mount Prosecco, and Yeldy has the back of Chinqui, then Sweethearted Actuality well back. So the back is Flux, and also back in that group is Latin Lover, and at the end is Reached More. So Balestier is the front runner. As they charge past the 600 metres, Balestier by a length, Chinqui, Grand Lastly with the trail. Then Cadigo and Yeldy next in the field, 2 lengths off that one is Stolly Bolly, Mount Prosecco, Actuality, Sweethearted. Latin Lover, Reached More, and Flux has become detached. So it's Balestier, 300 metres to go. Grand Lastly under a hole goes up to join it. Then Stolly Bolly, Yeldy down the outside. Cadigo battles on. Grand Lastly at the clock tower in front. Still led by Alex and a half. The Stolly Bolly, Cadigo coming at Grand Lastly. Grand Lastly about 3/4 of a length in front. And will win the last for Bender.
Three won with the pressure.
Stolly Bolly to Yeldy. Was Actuality, Reached More again. Balestier who got tired.
3, 7,
Latin Lover, Flux,
6.
And Chinqui was the last to complete in the last of the carnival. We had 20 different jockeys winning across the 4 days of the carnival, and there was one notable omission because we know how good he is, and that is Ben Mellum. He won't care, given what his wife got up to over the course of this week, taking out the Melbourne Cup. But it's nice for him to finish on a winning note with Grand Larceny. $14.20 and $3.50. Got to go in for second. Stolly Bolly, the favourite, in for third. But truthfully, it never felt.
So what happened is this one won. Why? Because of the pressure. This generally is not a great idea. This is not a great idea. The 10 is never a great idea. This neutrals. But the 3 actually 3, 7. 7 was good. I did not know whether this will actually land, but that happened because of the class. This is good. 3 went with pressure. This was class. God knows how it plays. This track, we need a lot more understanding. This track is very dicey. But that is it, ladies and gentlemen. We had 9 races today here at Flemington. That was the last one. And let's see when we are going to be racing again. Wednesday. That is next Saturday. Yeah, so we'll do it again on Wednesday. I don't know which track at this point of time. Either it is going to be Caulfield or Rosehill. One of those tracks. So we'll do it on Wednesday again. So if you have a little time, please come and join me. We will race together, do a little chit chat, and try to have some fun here. And thank you so much, Adaman, for being there, my friend. Vishwa, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Daos, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Lee, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Lewis, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Tuna, thank you so much for being there, my friend. PC, thank you so much for being there, my friend. think that is it. And I want to thank everybody who's been watching these streams. My heartfelt gratitude to everybody. It gives me a lot of honor for you being here. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. I'll see you on Wednesday. Till then, stay blessed.